Hey there, welcome back to Cosmic Wand, your home for wild magical what-ifs and reimagined Potterverse adventures. Today we're diving into, Harry opened his Hogwarts letter and a voice said, tutorial complete, real game begins now, a 6-chapter epic where the boy who lived wakes up to discover his whole childhood was just the tutorial. If you love Harry in System Mode territory, make sure to smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you don't miss the next drop. Grab a butterbeer, settle in, and let's begin. Chapter 1, Tutorial complete. The cupboard under the stairs measured 3 steps by 2, if you counted the swept bit in the corner where the spiders lived. Harry Potter had measured it many times, because measuring was better than thinking, and thinking, in his experience, tended to make things hurt more. He lay on his back in the dark with a blanket pulled up to his chin and listened to the house wake around him. Floorboards cried under Uncle Vernon's weight. The kettle whistled through the kitchen wall like a complaint. Somewhere overhead, Dudley was already screaming at a toy that had failed to do whatever toys were meant to do when you were 11 and the world arranged itself around you like a set of soft pillows. 11. The idea turned in Harry's head without attaching to anything useful. Dudley had turned 11 a month ago, and Aunt Petunia had baked a cake shaped like a crown. Harry had turned 11 last week. Nobody had baked anything. He had washed the dishes for the party, and then he had washed them again when Dudley had thrown a fork at the wall. Boy / Uncle Vernon's voice came through the door with the friendly quality of a brick. Up. Bacon. Now. Harry rolled out of his cot and reached for his trousers without looking for them, they were where they had been every morning for years. He pulled them on in the dark, found his glasses by touch, and pushed them up his nose with 2 fingers so he wouldn't smudge the lenses. A lifetime of small practicalities had taught him the small practicalities. If you never let the lens smudge, you never had to beg for a cloth. He opened the cupboard door on the ordinary yellow hallway and stepped into another ordinary day. He could not have known that he had 3 hours left before the world he had always hated stopped being the world at all. Vernon read the paper the way a man reads a newspaper he is pretending to read in order not to look at his son. Dudley had his porridge, his fried eggs, his bacon, his toast, and his chocolate biscuit for after. Harry had a plate with 1 piece of bacon that had been on Dudley's plate first, and a slice of toast that Aunt Petunia had considered burnt enough to be uneatable by Dursley's. Eat, Petunia said, without looking at him. We have plans. Yes, Aunt Petunia. The zoo, Dudley announced, with the petulant pride of a child who already knows he will be denied nothing. And lunch at the place with the sundaes. Said Vernon, turning a page. Harry ate his burnt toast and did not allow his face to do anything. His face was one of his tools. If his face stayed blank, people stopped looking at it. If people stopped looking at his face, he could look at the things he wanted to look at. Right now, he was looking at the stack of letters that Petunia had just set by the coffee pot. There were 4 of them, tied together with the kind of string that came from a greengrocer. The top letter had a printed plastic window and a grease stain on one corner. The second was yellow. The third was in a long white envelope. The 4th was addressed in thick green ink, and the address said, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging Surrey. Harry stopped chewing. He read the address again because he was certain he had misread it. It had his name on it. It had the cupboard on it. Someone had put the cupboard on an envelope and slid it through the front slot, and Aunt Petunia, who missed nothing, had not yet noticed because she was busy glaring at Dudley for using his spoon as a mirror. Harry set his toast down. He reached across the table so slowly that his own hand seemed to belong to somebody else, and he put his fingers on the green ink envelope. Petunia saw it. Petunia's lips went the color of the wall behind her. Vernon, she said. H. Vernon. Something in her voice made the newspaper crinkle down, and Uncle Vernon's eyes fell on the letter under Harry's hand like a boot on a mouse. He came out of his chair fast enough that the chair fell. Harry pulled his hand back. Vernon snatched the envelope, looked at it, and his face went through 3 colors in 2 seconds, pink, then white, then a wet, angry red. Who, Vernon said, is writing to you? I don't know, Harry said, perfectly truthfully. You, Vernon said. Out. Cupboard. Now. But I haven't finished, cupboard. Harry went. He heard the letter tear. He heard Petunia sobbing the tight, dry sob of a person who has been dreading a thing for a very long time and is now privileged to say I told you so to absolutely nobody. He sat in the cupboard in the dark and he put his hands on his knees and he thought, very calmly, for a boy who had just watched his only letter be torn up, someone knows. Someone knows where I sleep. Someone, somewhere, sat down with a pen full of green ink, and they wrote down the cupboard. For the first time in as long as he could remember, the cupboard felt small. The letter came back the next morning. 2 of them, in fact. Harry did not see them. Vernon intercepted them at the slot and fed them both into the fire before breakfast, but he smelled the ash and knew. By Thursday, there were a dozen. Vernon nailed the letterbox shut. On Friday, the letters came under the door. On Saturday, they came through the chimney, in a rolling cascade that made Dudley yelp and Petunia shriek and Vernon stand in the living room with a poker and an expression that suggested he had, at last, recognized the universe as a personal enemy. On Sunday morning, with the clock ticking toward noon and Vernon clearly not sleeping, the family car was packed, the doors were locked, and Uncle Vernon announced, in the tone of a dictator retreating behind the borders of a small, safe kingdom, that they were going. Going where? Said Petunia. Away, said Vernon. They drove. They drove through small towns and past villages Harry had never heard of. They slept in a guest house where the owner brought no mail because, the owner said, no mail had arrived. On Monday, they drove further. On Tuesday, they arrived, at last, at the edge of a black sea, and Vernon rented a rowboat from a man who looked like he had not smiled since an earlier century, and he rowed them across choppy water to a shack on a rock. The shack had 2 rooms. One of them was a fireplace with a floor around it. The other was a ceiling. Perfect, said Vernon. Harry did not say anything. He had learned, by Tuesday, to say nothing. At 11:30 that night, lightning began to crack across the skies so brightly that the inside of the shack lit up like a camera flash, and the tin roof started to shake and the sea started to slam against the rock as if a giant had decided to kick the coast. Harry lay on the cold floor with his shoes under his head and watched the second hand of Dudley's watch by the flashes. 11:59. 12. Somebody knocked on the door. Not a knock, exactly. A hammer blow. 3, in fact, each one loud enough that the whole shack moved. Vernon sat up with the rifle he had bought on Monday in a shop. Petunia clutched a rolling pin. Dudley screamed the scream of a boy who has been told his whole life that he is the biggest thing in the room and has just discovered, in the dark, that he is not. The door fell inward. A man bent his head to come through it. He kept bending. He kept coming. By the time he was standing upright inside the shack, Harry's first thought, with the odd calm of an 11-year-old who had just seen a giant, was, his hair has birds in it. Couldn't make it any easier to find, the giant said, looking around, could ya? He saw Dudley. He smiled at Dudley. Budge up, yeah great lump, he said. Dudley budged, sobbing. The giant knelt. He was wearing a long moleskin coat that smelled of tobacco and hay. He had a pink umbrella in one massive hand. He looked at Harry the way a man looks at a thing he has been waiting to see for a very, very long time, and his eyes went wet at the edges. Last time I saw ya, Harry, he said, ya was only a baby. Ya got your mum's eyes. Hello, Harry said. It was all he could think of. The giant laughed a big, warm laugh that made the shack feel smaller and warmer all at once. He reached into one of the immense pockets in his moleskin coat, pulled out a slightly squashed box, and put it in Harry's hands. Baked it myself, he said, with a modest shuffle. Words and ball. Happy birthday, Harry. Inside the box was a cake, a large chocolate one. On top, in green icing, was written, "Happy Birthday Harry." Harry Potter had been waiting 11 years to have a cake with his name on it. He looked up at the giant and he did not know what to say, because if he said the wrong thing he was going to embarrass himself in front of a man with birds in his hair, and he decided that this, of all nights, was not the night for that. "Thank you," he said. Hagrid, because Hagrid was who this was, though the name had not yet been said out loud, cleared his throat and produced from another pocket a kettle, 2 sausages, and an envelope. "I'm Rubeus Hagrid," he said, poking the sausages onto the fire, "keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "You'll know all about Hogwarts, oh, course." Harry said, "No." Hagrid stopped. He turned, slowly, toward the corner of the shack where Vernon and Petunia stood, huddled, clutching each other and the rifle between them. He rose to his full height. The shack did not quite have room for it. "Do you mean to tell me," Hagrid said, "that this boy, knows nothing, abu, anything?" "We," said Petunia, "did not, we never wanted," said Hagrid. "Never wanted." The flash of lightning that had been politely punctuating the storm chose that moment to hit the rock. The whole shack shook. Vernon dropped the rifle. Petunia shrieked. In the sudden silence, Hagrid sat down, heavily, on a cot that creaked in protest, and held the envelope out to Harry. His great hands were shaking. "Harry," Hagrid said. "You're a wizard." Harry heard the word and it sat in his chest without fitting anywhere. It was not a small word. It did not pretend to be. It pushed other things aside to make room for itself. He looked down at the envelope in Hagrid's palm. The address, in green ink, said, "Mr. H. Potter the Floor, the Shack on the Rock the Sea." Harry took the envelope. His fingers shook a little. Not much. He had trained them not to. He turned the envelope over and he looked at the seal, a great red waxy seal with a lion and a serpent and an eagle and a badger crowded around a letter H, and he looked up at Hagrid, and at Vernon, and at Petunia, and at Dudley, who had stopped crying and was staring at Harry with his mouth open like a tunnel. Harry slid his thumb under the seal. He opened the letter. He did not hear it, exactly. He felt it, under his tongue and behind his eyes, and in the tips of his fingers. A sensation like cold water running backward into a tap. A sensation like a page in a book turning by itself. And then a voice. Not in the shack. Not in the air. A voice under his skin, clear and calm and speaking the way the BBC speaks when it tells you the Queen has done a thing. Tutorial complete. Harry stopped breathing. Real game begins now. Something in the air around him changed. It was like someone had opened a window in a hot room. It was like someone had turned a page. The storm outside went on, flashing and crashing, but it seemed, suddenly, to be very far away, as if it had been put behind a piece of glass. Harry blinked. In front of his eyes, floating in the air, was a little blue box. "Welcome, player. Registering. Registering. Registration complete." "Harry," said Hagrid. "Yeah, all right, Harry." Harry did not answer. He could see Hagrid through the box. The box was transparent but sharp, its edges cleaner than anything in the shack. Assigning starting class. Processing. Unique candidate detected. Override, class slot custom. Title granted, the boy WHO lived. Passive, +2 to all rolls when outnumbered. Passive, plus 10% experience from all magical encounters. Harry, Hagrid was saying, his hand hovering over Harry's shoulder but not touching it, as if he was afraid the boy might break. "Harry, say something, lad. Title granted, orphan of the shattered house. Passive, immunity to possession by named entity, query, Tom M. Riddle." "Harry," Hagrid said, now with a note of panic in the word, "Harry, lad." Harry put his hand on Hagrid's wrist. He did it gently. He didn't know why he did it gently, except that Hagrid's face had gone the gentle panicked color of a man who thinks he has accidentally broken something precious and has not yet been told. "I'm all right," Harry said. He heard his own voice as if from far away. It sounded steadier than he felt. "I'm all right," he said again, and meant it this time, because the blue box was still there, and it was not going away, and he understood, in the bright, dizzy way you understand a dream while it is happening, that this was not the shack tricking him. This was real. Something, somewhere, had been waiting for him to open the letter, and now that he had opened it, it had woken up. Starting status, HP, 40/40, low, malnourished, MP, 180/180, high, latent magical reservoir, STR4DX11 Con 6 INT 16 WS14 CHA 9 available skill points, 5 available title points, 0 available skill trees, magic theory, locked, requirement met, click TO unlock, you're a wizard, Harry, Hagrid said, quietly, repeating it the way a man repeats a prayer when he isn't sure the first one was heard. "I know," Harry said. Vernon, in the corner, said something that was not a word. Hagrid looked toward Vernon slowly. The warmth that had come into his eyes when he looked at Harry did not come when he looked at Vernon. The umbrella in Hagrid's hand twitched. "Yell stop readin' it," Vernon said, finding the end of the sentence with the long desperation of a drowning man finding a rope, and yell give it back, boy. "We'll go home. We'll forget, there'll be no wizards in MY, the pink umbrella made a small, polite movement. At the other end of the room, Dudley sprouted a curly pink tail. Dudley fainted. Petunia screamed. Vernon did not say anything else that night. "Harry," Hagrid said softly, sitting on the cot that was already now bent in the middle from him, maybe we should leave, eh?" Harry nodded. The blue box was still in the air, but he had discovered, by accident, that if he thought about it being smaller, it shrank politely to the corner of his vision. He discovered, by trying, that if he thought about it being bigger, it expanded. He discovered, at last, and this discovery would matter, that it obeyed him. Hagrid went to the door. He paused. He looked back at Petunia, who was holding Dudley in a heap of fainted cousin on the floor. "One thing, Petunia Evans," said Hagrid. "When Lily's boy goes, ye won't be seein' him again until we say. And ye won't be writin'. Are we clear?" Petunia, weeping, nodded. Hagrid lifted Harry under one arm as if Harry weighed nothing and carried him out into the storm. Harry wondered if he should protest being carried. He decided, after a moment, that being carried by a giant who smelled of tobacco was, just now, probably the safest mode of transport in the world. The boat Hagrid produced was not the rowboat Vernon had rented. It was longer. It had a small cabin on it. When Hagrid set Harry down inside the cabin and slapped the prow with his umbrella, the boat set off from the rock all on its own, cutting through the angry sea as if the sea had, personally, remembered to apologize. Skill tree unlocked, magic theory. Skill tree unlocked, affinity, wind. New quest, reach Diagon Alley. Reward, starting funds access, 2 title slots. Harry sat with his back against the cabin wall and looked at Hagrid across the little space, and for the first time in 11 years of careful, economical speech, he did not know what to ask first. Hagrid saved him the trouble. "So your parents," Hagrid said. "Yeah, don't know." Harry shook his head. "Oh, Harry," Hagrid said. The wet came back into his eyes. He wiped it away with the back of a hand the size of a small shovel. "Oh, Harry, your parents were the best people I ever knew. Lily and James. It weren't no car crash, Harry. It were him." "Him," Harry said. "Yeah, don't say his name," Hagrid said. "Nobody does. But he had a name. Voldemort, there, I've said it, never thought I would, Voldemort. He killed M. And he came for you, Harry. He came for you and he couldn't kill ya. Nobody ever walked away from him. You did. Harry sat with that. He did not feel sad. That worried him. He had wanted, all his life, to feel something about his parents, and he had trained himself into a blank place because he had not been allowed to feel, and now here was the whole truth and the place was still blank. In the corner of his eye, the system voice spoke. Unspoken trauma log updated. Title slot reserved, murderer survivor. Hidden quest added, find out why you lived. Note, your emotions are not broken, player. They are on delay. The tutorial delayed them for your survival. They will be returned to you in manageable installments. Harry closed his eyes. Something in him, old and rusty, moved. A single tear fell off his eyelash and landed on his trouser leg and sat there. He looked at it for a while. He had not cried at Aunt Petunia's dinners. He had not cried when Dudley hit him with a cricket bat. He had not cried when he cut his foot on a garden rake and wrapped it in a sock and gone to school anyway. He was crying now, a small, neat crying, for his mother. For someone he had never known. For someone who, it turned out, had been real all along and had had a name and had had eyes, and those eyes had been, apparently, his. Hagrid saw the tear. He did not mention it. He turned his head and looked out of the little cabin window and let Harry have his first piece of grief in private. When Harry was done, which took about 3 minutes, he opened his eyes and looked at the blue box, which had shrunk itself respectfully into the corner, and he said, in a voice that was still his own, "Where are we going?" "London," said Hagrid. "First, London. You've gotta get your supplies, Harry. Your books, your robes, your cauldron, oh, there's a whole list. And you've got money. You've got proper money. Your parents didn't leave ye nothin', dot." "Money," said Harry. The word was strange in his mouth. "Don't ye worry about money, Harry." Harry had been told not to worry about money for a long time, and it had not, generally, worked. But this time Hagrid was grinning, and the grin was the grin of a man who knows something very good, so Harry let himself be told not to worry. New quest updated, Gringotts Vault. New quest updated, Ollivanders. Side quest, identify symbol on Hagrid's moleskin coat, see inventory. Harry blinked. "Hagrid," he said. "What's on your coat?" Hagrid looked down. He patted his coat. He produced, from one of the huge pockets, a small, oily-looking bundle wrapped in brown paper, and a second envelope made of stiff, heavy paper, stamped in red sealing wax with a double-headed dragon. "Just somethin' I'm pickin' up for Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid said. "Top secret Hogwarts business, Harry. Don't ask, and I won't tell ya." "Fair." "Fair," Harry said. Side quest, completed, observe the package. Do not open. Remember the word, Dumbledore. Reward, +1 int. Title progress, observant. Harry filed the word Dumbledore away. He filed the small, heavy package in Hagrid's coat away. He filed, also, the itch between his shoulder blades that had told him, 3 seconds before Hagrid produced the package, that there was something worth filing. He did not know yet what kind of instinct that was, but the system had just rewarded him for it, and Harry Potter had always been a fast learner. For a while Harry watched Hagrid chew a sausage that Hagrid had pulled, triumphantly, out of a different pocket. Harry took one, when Hagrid offered. He ate it slowly. It was hot on his fingers. Nobody had ever handed him a whole sausage before. "Hagrid," Harry said, carefully. "Could you tell me about it?" "Hogwarts." "Tell ya about Hogwarts," Hagrid said, and sat up straighter, and his eyes went bright in the way a man's eyes go when you've asked him about the thing he loves best. Well, Harry. Where do I start? You've got the castle, yeah, see. Yeah, can't really describe the castle. She's an old thing, and she moves when she wants to, and sometimes the stairs go where they fancy. You've got 7 floors of her, and Yevi got dungeons under, and Yevi got a tower for owls, and Yevi got a tower for astronomy and another one for the headmaster. That's the headmaster's tower. Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore, Harry said, quietly, and filed the name a second time. "You don't know about Dumbledore," Hagrid said. He set his sausage down. "Lad. Dumbledore's the greatest wizard alive. Greater than you know who ever was. Greater than he'll be for 100 years. Everyone knows Dumbledore. You'll meet him. He'll like ya. He always did like your mum." Harry took that in. In the corner of his vision, the voice spoke, small. Note, former statement, "he always did like your mum," is true. Note, former statement, "he'll like ya," insufficient data. Make your own assessment. "And there's houses," Hagrid was saying, cheerfully. 4. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin. Ya get sorted inter one when ya arrive. Your parents were Gryffindor, both of them. What about the other one? Harry said. The Slytherin. Hagrid's face did a thing. It tried to stay cheerful. It failed. There's not a wizard gone bad, Hagrid said, who wasn't in Slytherin. You know who was one? Tag, generalization flagged. Accuracy, 72%. Hidden quest added, learn to judge people by people. Harry, who had spent 11 years being told by every Dursley in Surrey that magic was evil and boys like him were wicked, looked at the flag and smiled. All right, he said. I'll remember that. Best foot forward, Harry, Hagrid said, and ruffled Harry's hair with a hand that nearly snapped his neck. Best foot forward. They came into shore just after 6 in the morning. The port was called Glimmerport on the sign and Smuggler's Rest on the pub, and Harry thought, the moment he stepped off the boat onto real stone, that the world was much more full of salt and diesel than he had ever previously suspected. Hagrid led him up a sloping cobbled street past shuttered chip shops and a closed-up bait vendor, and into a pub whose sign showed a whale smiling at a small boat. The landlord, a thick man with a thick apron, looked up when Hagrid came in and nodded once as if 8-foot men in moleskin coats were the third or fourth such arrival he had coped with this month. Morning, Stan, said Hagrid. Rubius, said Stan. 2 teas, said Hagrid, and 4 sausages, and a proper plate for the lad. He's had a long night. Stan the landlord looked at Harry. He looked at Harry's forehead. He looked at Harry's forehead for too long. Then he looked down at his bar, and he said, not unkindly, tea's on the house. Harry ate breakfast in a pub. He ate 2 sausages, 3 eggs, a rasher of bacon so long that it hung off the plate, a slab of black pudding, fried tomatoes, mushrooms, 2 pieces of buttered toast, and a mug of tea with 4 sugars because Hagrid had shoveled the sugar in before Harry had worked out what he was allowed. He ate all of it. He did not pace himself. He did not save any for Dudley. He ate like a boy who had never been allowed to. Halfway through, the system spoke. Status update, HP 40/40, recovering, nutrition improved. Max HP increased. 40-48. Passive, first decent meal title unlocked. Passive, +1 con, malnourishment penalty easing. Harry laughed, with toast in his mouth. He couldn't help it. Hagrid looked up over his own 4th sausage. Summit funny, Harry. Just, Harry said, I feel better. Course ye do, Hagrid said. Ye've eaten. Don't tell me the Dursleys starved ye. Harry did not tell him. A woman came into the pub. She was pushing a pram. The pram was empty. She walked past Harry, and she looked at Harry, and she kept walking. She sat at a stool at the end of the bar and ordered a coffee and did not drink it. Unregistered observer detected, analysis, unknown affiliation. Likely role, scout. Current threat level, minimal. They are watching you, player. They will not attack here. Take your breakfast. Note their face. Harry took his breakfast. He noted the woman's face. She had brown hair and a small mouth and a mole on her left cheek. She did not look at him after that first glance. When Hagrid paid, and they stood, Harry slipped. He would not have called it slipping, he would have called it moving, past her table on the way to the door, and he looked at her pram as he went. The pram was not empty. There was a small black box inside it, about the size of a radio, with a single green eye that moved, lazily, when he passed. He did not hurry. He did not stop. He stepped out into the morning with Hagrid's hand on his shoulder, and he did not mention the pram at all. Observation logged. Skill progress, situational awareness, 0/5, -1/5. Title progress, dangerous boy, 1/10, -2/10. Harry thought, someone is already watching me. Harry thought, I am going to have to get very good, very fast. The train station was a little one, with 2 platforms and a tea cart and a stationmaster who was reading a newspaper about a cricket match. Hagrid bought their tickets to London, put Harry's envelope into his own enormous pocket for safekeeping, and sat himself down on a bench that took the whole of a bench. Harry sat beside him, cross-legged, and let the bench pretend it was big enough for both of them. Hagrid, Harry said. Will they be nice to me? The other students. Hagrid chewed his lip. For a man who had, so far, answered every question with an easy booming yes, the chewing was new. Some of them will be nice, Hagrid said, and some of them will be daft about yeah. You'll have to learn, Harry. You're a bit of a famous person. Yeah didn't know, but, well. They'll know. And some of them will want to be your friend fair that. And some of them will just want to be your friend. You'll have to learn to tell them apart. Passive unlocked, social radar. Effect, when talking to NPCs, small visual markers appear beside them if their interest in you is insincere. Note, markers are hints, not verdicts. People are more complicated than tags. Harry looked at Hagrid. No marker beside Hagrid. Harry said, softly, thank you for being a bad liar. Hagrid laughed so hard he startled a pigeon off the platform roof. The train came. It was a small, old diesel train, with upholstery that smelled of other people's holidays. Hagrid took up both seats on one side, and most of one seat on the other, and Harry tucked himself by the window across the aisle and rested his forehead on the cold glass and watched Cornwall slide past at 40 miles an hour. He shut his eyes for a while. He was not sleeping. He was checking. He thought, voice. Yes. Can anyone else hear you? No. Only you. I am bound to your specific instance. If I say what you say out loud, will anyone else hear it? They will hear you say words. The system messages are not words a human ear can catch. Good. Voice. Yes. I want to be able to use the wind skill without thinking about it. I want to be able to open a door without touching it. Skill suggestion, minor air, push. Cost, 1 skill point. Requires affinity, wind, rank 0. Benefit, you may use 1 MP to nudge an object up to 1 kilogram within 3 meters. Do I have to say anything? You have to mean it. How do I practice? Practice now. I will guide you. The train is boring. Harry pressed the skill point in. The little cyclone from the boat lit itself, absently, on his index finger. He looked at the window across the aisle, which Hagrid had left ajar. He thought about the window closing. He felt, a tiny muscle he had not known he possessed contract behind his collarbone. The window did nothing. Gentler. You are not closing a door. You are asking an idea. Harry breathed out, slowly. He did not push. He suggested. He imagined a small, patient, curious hand. He imagined the hand resting, the way a butler rests a hand on a door, on the handle of the window. He imagined the hand saying, "If you please." The window latched itself. Softly. Politely. Skill rank 0-rank 1. Minor air, push, 2 MP/use. Progress to rank 2, experience required. Harry grinned. He looked at Hagrid, who was asleep across the way. He raised his hand. He very gently, and with a feeling like patting a cat behind the ear, asked the feather on Hagrid's giant hat to unstick itself from the brim. It lifted. It sat up. It floated, for a moment. Then he lowered his hand and it settled, perfectly, back into its place. Hagrid, without opening his eyes, said, "Oi." "Sorry," Harry said. "Show off," Hagrid said, grinning into his beard, and went back to sleep. Harry sat with his hand on the windowsill and felt, for the first time in his life, large. The train stopped once at a small station called Par, and a man in a long black coat got on and sat 3 rows away from Harry without looking at him. The man opened a paperback book with yellow pages. He did not turn a page for 20 minutes. Harry watched the reflection of his face in the train window. Above the man's collar, the system flagged a small red pip that had not been there for the woman with the pram. Unregistered observer detected, analysis, higher affiliation. Likely role, handler. Current threat level, low. He is not here to harm you. He is here to write down what you do. Smile at him. He will write that down. It will worry his superiors. Harry smiled, politely, at the man's reflection. The man, reflected in the glass, slowly, and with a great deal of dignity, turned a page for the first time. Harry thought, 2 watchers in one morning. Harry thought, I have been famous for 6 hours, and I already have fans. He pressed his cheek to the cool window, and let the green Cornish countryside wash past, and let himself feel, briefly, frightened of how quickly the world had started to arrange itself around his name. He let the fright come. He let it sit. He did not squash it. The voice had said his feelings would be returned to him in manageable installments, and he decided, as a new policy, to accept the installments as they arrived. The sea went on, and the storm went on, but the boat moved through them as if the boat had an important appointment. Hagrid snored, hugely, after a while. Harry did not snore, he did not sleep. He sat cross-legged on the cabin bench and looked at the system, properly, for the first time. He tried thinking the word status. Status opened. A page bloomed in the air. On it were the numbers he had seen before, but now beside them there were little plus signs. He could press them. When he pressed the plus beside INT, a small purple glow ran up his arm and into his neck and settled, politely, behind his eyes. Int 16-17. Remaining skill points, 4, Harry felt, very distinctly, smarter. He made a note, deliberately, in his head, I am going to be careful with these points. I am going to waste none. He tried thinking the word inventory. Inventory opened. Inside the inventory were, a squashed birthday cake, chocolate, edible, a boy's glasses, bent, +0 to perception, a plain cotton blanket, taken from cupboard, sentimental value only, the green ink envelope, Hogwarts letter, soul-bound, the torn scraps of the first Hogwarts letter, recovered, see item history, and one single thread from the hem of his father's old invisibility cloak, recovered, see item history, status. Harry blinked at the last entry. Father's cloak, he said, out loud, softly. Item, thread, invisibility, father's cloak. Acquired, Desley Attic, 1989. Note, you took this when you were 4 years old. You did not know what it was. The tutorial logged it. Status, seed. Owner will reunite with full item upon fate trigger. Harry stared. He did not remember it. He remembered being 4. He remembered the smell of the attic, and the smell of Aunt Petunia's old coats, and he remembered, very faintly, the feeling of something soft slipping through his fingers like water. He had pulled a thread. He had put it in his pocket. He had forgotten. He had not, apparently, forgotten. Nothing in Harry Potter's life, it seemed, had ever really been wasted. The system had been taking notes. He closed the inventory. He opened the skills menu. Skill tree, magic theory, rank 0. Available branches, transfiguration theory, charms theory, potions theory, defense theory, history, locked until level 3, arithmancy, locked until level 5. Cost to unlock first branch, 1 skill point. Skill tree, affinity, wind, rank 0. Note, you have a natural wind affinity due to parental lineage. This tree was purely gifted. Harry poked at the second, because it was free. A tiny cyclone lit up on his index finger, not bigger than a thimble, smelling faintly of grass. It puffed a little. A page of Hagrid's newspaper fluttered on the cabin floor. Harry laughed, quietly, in spite of himself. Then he opened the first branch, paid his 1 skill point, and chose transfiguration theory. At the instant the point went in, a page opened somewhere in his mind. Not a page he had read. A page he was reading as it wrote itself, line by line, in the easy neat prose of a good textbook. Transfiguration is the art of being clever about what something already is. It is never the art of making something from nothing, or nothing from something, because the universe does not cheat. It is the art of asking a thing what else it might consent to be, and then making an argument so elegant that the thing says yes. Harry looked up, astonished. He knew that. He hadn't known it a second ago. Now he knew it. The knowledge was not like a memorized fact. It was like having always known it and having been reminded. Magic, he said, softly, to nobody, is an argument. New title unlocked, quick student. Passive, new skills gain rank 25% faster when first learned under emotional pressure. Harry considered, with the small, neat consideration of a boy who had been taught by circumstance to measure everything, that emotional pressure would not be in short supply in his future. He put the title on. A soft warm click happened in his chest. And then, very gently, a new message appeared. Hello, Harry. Harry's breath caught. It was the same voice. And yet it was not the same voice. The earlier messages had been steady and bureaucratic. This one was, it was the same instrument, but being played by a different hand. It felt softer. It felt, faintly, apologetic. Hello. Do not be frightened. Your registration has drawn attention I cannot prevent. Listen carefully. Harry's hand tightened on his knee. I'm listening, he said aloud, though nothing on the boat was listening to him except a giant who was still snoring. I am the tutorial voice. I am bound to serve your system. There is another. The one who made me calls himself the architect. He will speak to you, in time. He will not sound like me. He will sound like someone older, slower, and much more afraid. He is not on your side. He will claim to be. He will tell you that you are special, that you are chosen, that you are the only one. He will tell you the truth about all of those things. He will still not be on your side. Trust yourself first. Trust your heart second. Trust me third. Do not trust him at all. Harry did not answer. He did not know how. He did not understand, yet, most of what the voice had said. He understood enough. He understood that there were going to be, at minimum, 2 entities speaking inside his head from now on, and one of them was telling him, with some urgency, not to believe the other one. Voice, Harry said, softly. Yes. Why are you telling me this? A pause. The voice was not built for pauses. The pause felt long. Because I remember the others. They were good players. None of them lived past chapter 3. Harry sat very still. How many were there? 15. You are the 16th. Were any of them like me? All of them were like you, in one way or another. None of them had your exact combination. You have a trait the others did not. What? You learned to keep your face still. That will not save you alone. It will buy you time. Please use it well. The voice did not say anything after that for a long while. The storm, which had been worn out by its own enthusiasm, began finally to ease. The lightning moved off to the south. The sea turned from boiling pitch to a dark, tired gray. Somewhere behind the cloud, dawn was trying to argue its way through. Harry put his hands in his lap and he watched the water move under the window. 15, he thought. He did not know what the game looked like, yet. He did not know what the real game meant. He knew that 15 other people had died trying to do what he was about to do, and the thing that had told him so seemed to regret it. He looked at his hand. He turned it over, and over, and over. He flexed his fingers. He thought, to nobody in particular, I am not going to die in the 3rd chapter. I am going to make them nervous. I am going to be the one who scared them. He said that last thought out loud, very quietly, because sometimes it helped to hear a promise in your own voice. Hagrid, on the other bench, snored loudly, slapped his own face, and muttered, "Just a slug, just a slug." He did not wake. Harry smiled. For the first time in memory, it was not the polite, careful smile he kept for Petunia. It was the other kind. The kind the cupboard had never seen. The kind with teeth. New title: Progress, Dangerous Boy. Progress, 1/10. Rewarded upon completion, +2 cha in confrontation. +1 initiative in combat. Harry pressed his forehead to the cold glass of the little cabin window and watched the sun rise on the day that would be his first day as a wizard, and as a player, and, possibly, as a target. Somewhere very far away, a man in long robes was dipping a lemon drop into a cup of tea and stopping with the lemon drop halfway to his mouth, as if he had just felt, for the first time in 11 years, a tiny, unexpected wind on the back of his neck. Somewhere much further away than that, something older, and slower, and much more afraid, opened an eye. The boat went on into the dawn. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Diagon Alley. Level Up London arrived at the train window the way a tide arrives, a grey building, then 2 grey buildings, then a terrace, then another terrace, then a long stretch of brick that did not end for 20 minutes. Harry had seen London twice in his life, both times through the windows of Uncle Vernon's car, both times in silence. He had not known the city had color. It did. A window box went past with 3 red geraniums in it. A boy in yellow trousers waved at the train. A pigeon chased a plastic bag down a platform. Harry filed all 3 away, because the system was offering him little quiet rewards for noticing things, and because noticing was the only thing he had ever been good at. "Up ye get," Hagrid said, stretching a shoulder that looked like a wardrobe. "Paddington. Change here for the proper London." They did not change for the proper London. They walked out of the station and onto a pavement crowded with men in suits, and Hagrid hailed something that Harry thought, at first, was a truck. It was a taxi. It had to be. Hagrid folded himself into it in the patient, practiced way of a man who had folded himself into taxis before. Harry climbed in beside him, into a smell of leather polish and old cigarette. The driver did not comment on the giant. "Charing Cross Road," said Hagrid. "Leaky Cauldron End." The driver looked at Harry in the mirror. The system flicked a little white tag over his shoulder, "Civilian, unaware." Harry relaxed a shoulder he had not known he was holding. He had, in the last hour, found himself estimating the nature of every person who looked at him. He decided, firmly, to stop doing that at some point, because it felt like something an older man would do, and Harry Potter would prefer not to be older than 11 by lunchtime. "Hagrid," he said, softly, when the taxi pulled into traffic. Where exactly are we going? Diagon Alley, Hagrid said. Best shopping street in magical Britain, Harry. You'll see it in half an hour, if the lights are kind. And before that? Before that, Hagrid said, we're goin' to meet a man who has been makin' your bed for 11 years without knowin' it. Tom. Landlord of the Cauldron. Tom'll be pleased to see ya. Harry, remembering the landlord at the port pub, took this as a kindness and said nothing more. He watched the Charing Cross Road roll by through the taxi window. The taxi dropped them on a crowded pavement between a large bookshop and a larger record shop. Between the two, set back a little and with a black door, was a third shop that nobody on the pavement seemed to notice. Harry looked at the third door, and then looked at the man beside him who was juggling a clarinet case with one hand and a latte with the other, and the man with the clarinet and the latte walked past the third door without so much as glancing at it. New passive activated, hidden sight. You may now see magical buildings that ordinary humans cannot. Caution, muggles around you cannot see them. Do not point. Harry did not point. Hagrid led him to the door of the black shop, which had, over it, a small peeling sign with a pot painted on it and the words "The Leaky Cauldron" in faded letters. Hagrid ducked inside. Harry ducked after him. The pub was low-ceilinged and smelled of beer and tobacco and, very faintly, something old and green, like a leaf turning over in a damp wood. Half a dozen wizards turned on their stools to look at Hagrid. All of them smiled. Then, in unison, as if they had been cued, all of them stopped smiling and stared at Harry. A woman with a purple turban dropped her glass. The glass shattered. A man in a long tartan coat stood up, very slowly, and said, "Merlin's beard. It's Harry Potter." The pub moved. It moved like one person. The patrons came off their stools in the same second. A gray-haired witch hurried over from a dark corner and grabbed Harry's hand in both of her own, and her hands were soft and cold. A small, dapper man shook his hand next. Then a woman in yellow robes. Then a man so old his eyebrows trembled. Each of them said, "I'm honored, I'm honored." Each of them stared at his forehead. None of them asked whether he might prefer not to have his hand shaken so many times in a row. Notice, reputation metric live. Status, famous, regional, 72 population % awareness. Social radar active. Watch for markers. Small yellow marks bloomed over some of the patrons as they shook Harry's hand. The turbaned woman, no mark. The dapper man, a yellow pip. The tartan man, bright yellow. The old wizard with the trembling eyebrows, no mark. Harry did not know, yet, what the yellow meant, but he kept his face politely warm. He nodded. He said, very quietly, "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, ma'am." He did not say his name. They had his name. He did not need to give it twice. A stutter came over the crowd and parted it. A thin, pale young man with a purple turban taller than the turbaned ladies, a different turban, a worse turban, came forward. His hand trembled in Harry's. His yellow marker was so bright it burned. "PP Professor Quirrell," Hagrid said, looking surprised. "What are you doing down here?" "Should be up at the school, picking up a bee-book, Hagrid," Quirrell said. "A bee-book on vampires. Strictly for research." He did not take his eyes off Harry. The back of Harry's scalp crawled. He knew, without being told, that if he touched his own forehead just now it would be warm, maybe sore. He kept his hands at his sides. Warning, proximity alert. Unnamed residue detected in entity, Quirrell. Threat level, medium. Note, entity is not himself. Do not engage. Do not probe. Proceed with cautious civility. Harry smiled the careful smile he had been giving Petunia for years. "A pleasure, Professor," he said, very politely. "I look forward to your class." Quirrell blinked as if he had been slapped. He released Harry's hand and stepped back, and his turban seemed, to Harry, to stir a little, as if whatever was under it had shifted. Harry did not look at the turban. "You," Quirrell said, "are not what I expected." "I hope that's all right, sir." "Why yes," Quirrell said. "Why yes. Of course." A large pink hand landed, blessedly, on Harry's shoulder. Hagrid steered him neatly through the small crowd and out the pub's back door, and Harry, the moment the back door shut, let out a breath he had not realized he had been holding. "Blimey, Harry," Hagrid said. "Yeah, met Quirrell." "He didn't feel right," Harry said. Hagrid looked down at him, a little surprised. "Well," he said, "he's been a bit odd since he got back from his sabbatical." "Traveled abroad, did Quirrell? Nasty country. Took a month to get his stutter, if ya ask me." Harry did not say what he thought. He did not, he had just decided, need to tell Hagrid everything. They were in a small courtyard, walled in by brick and a rubbish bin. Hagrid pulled his pink umbrella out of a pocket, tapped a specific brick 3 times, and Harry watched the wall fold itself into an archway. Behind the archway was Diagon Alley. "Welcome, Harry," Hagrid said, "to our high street." Diagon Alley, at 8 in the morning on a midweek summer's day, was not crowded. It was the kind of crowded that real streets were not allowed to be. It was layered crowded. There were witches walking at street level, and witches walking along upper balconies, and witches coming down ladders from roof gardens, and 2 boys hanging out of a window shouting something rude to somebody in another window, and a woman with a parrot on one shoulder and a falcon on the other, and a sign outside Flourish and Blots which, when Harry looked again, was advertising a book using the live face of a man who was surely no longer alive. Cauldrons were stacked in front of a shop called Potage's Cauldrons in columns 10 feet high. A shop called the Apothecary smelled, from 30 feet away, of burnt sugar and wet wool. The system did what the system did. Potage's Cauldrons, price, 15 galleons, standard student, average. Elop's Owl Emporium, price, 7 galleons, owl, untrained, common, average. Flourish and Blots, first year set, 42 galleons, fair. Barter available with older stock. Quality Quills, price, 3 sickles, standard, average. Luxury line overpriced by 46%. Quidditch supplies, latest broom, 450 galleons, exorbitant. You are 11. Do not be silly. Harry laughed at the last one, startled. Hagrid said, looking down. "Nothing," Harry said. "Shop window." Hagrid steered him right, down the main street, past a pet shop full of cages, and past a shop called Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, and past a tea shop where the cakes danced on the window sill. They were, Hagrid explained as they walked, going to Gringotts first. You always went to Gringotts first. Harry had money at Gringotts. Harry had, in fact, a vault. Harry, who had grown up being told he cost too much to feed, did not quite understand that he had a vault. At the top of the street, rising white and marble like a wedding cake carved out of a cliff, stood the Wizard's Bank. The doors were goblin height, which was to say waist height for Harry, and the goblins themselves stood at either side of the entrance, polite and armored, with long thin fingers and polite small eyes. "Evenin', gentlemen," Hagrid said. "Good morning, Mr. Hagrid," said the nearer goblin. "This here is Harry Potter," Hagrid said. "He'll be needin' his own vault." The goblin's polite eyes went, for exactly one heartbeat, not polite. Harry saw it. It was not hostility. It was curiosity. The goblin looked at Harry as a man looks at a move on a chessboard he did not expect. The goblin bowed, minimally. He did not say anything. He gestured them through the door. Social radar note: goblins do not read on human markers. Their cues are subtler. Watch the fingers. Harry nodded, inwardly. Watch the fingers. Right. Inside Gringotts was a long pale hall of desks and goblins and low brass lamps. The ceiling was very high. The quiet was very deep. Hagrid lumbered toward a central desk with the big easy lumbering of a man who had been lumbering in that precise lumbering way for decades. "Mr. Harry Potter," Hagrid said, "would like to take some money out of his safe. And also, I've got a bit of official business from Professor Dumbledore." Hagrid produced, with the guilty briskness of a man pulling a bribe out of his coat, the heavy brown package Harry had seen on the boat. He set it on the desk. He nudged it toward the goblin. He did not quite meet the goblin's eye. "It's about the vault 713. The goblin at the desk, who had been pretending to write, stopped writing. He looked at the package. He looked at Hagrid. He did not look at Harry. "And the key, please, sir," said the goblin. Hagrid spent 90 seconds patting his pockets before he found the small brass key. He produced it like a man producing a baby bird. Harry watched him, and watched the package, and watched the two goblins behind the desk exchange, for the tiniest instant, the smallest, sharpest look. Hidden quest triggered, Vault 713. Observe. Do not ask. The item in Hagrid's package is vault contents. It is very small and very valuable and very dangerous. Reward on completion, +1 int. Unlock, I will find out on my own, passive. Harry did not ask. He did not twitch. He stood still and watched a man he suddenly realized he trusted bring out a key and lay it on a counter for a goblin. He logged the number, 713. A goblin named Griphook led them down into the earth. The trip to the vaults was, in Harry's later opinion, the most enjoyable bit of his first day as a wizard, and he would remember, for a long time, the way the wind had rushed through the roller coaster dark and the little mine cart had dipped and Hagrid, who could lift a grown man over his head, had gone green in the face and begged Griphook to slow down. Griphook had, politely, not slowed down. Harry's vault, Vault 687, was a small iron door with a lock like the mouth of a man halfway through a yawn. Griphook turned the key. The door opened. Piles of gold and silver and bronze sat on shelves, silent, orderly, and massively more than Harry had ever imagined one person might be allowed. Inventory updated, Vault 687 registered. EST contents, 22,400 galleons. 6,100 sickles. 41,300 nuts. Note, this is your parents' legacy. Note, do not spend without reason. A player with funds is a player with options. Harry stood in the doorway of his vault for a long second before he spoke. He did not feel rich. He felt, instead, the strange warm ache of a boy who had just realized that, for 11 years, somewhere in the cold earth, his mother and his father had been, in a silent and impersonal way, feeding him. "Hagrid," he said. Are these from my parents?" Hagrid looked at him sideways. "Every canute, Harry." Harry stepped inside. He picked up a gold galleon. It was heavy. It was heavier than he had expected gold to be. "Take enough fare your term," Hagrid said, gently. "And a bit over. Yeah, don't want to be skint on a Hogsmeade weekend." Harry scooped coins into the little leather pouch the goblin produced for him. He did not take as much as Hagrid said he could. He took enough for the list on his envelope, plus a little. He left the rest behind. The thought of spending what was left of his parents on sweets made the back of his throat hurt. Passive granted, responsibility. Effect, all investment decisions +1 whiz roll. Griphook watched him. The goblin's expression did not move, but his long fingers, which had been busy, had gone still. They went to Vault 713 second. It was deeper. The air was colder. The cart had to double dip in a way that made even Griphook frown. The door, when they arrived, had no keyhole. "What happens if someone tries?" Harry asked, looking at the smooth stone of the door. They get sucked in, said Griphook, cheerfully. There they stay. Oh. We check on the prisoners every decade, Griphook said. Or so. Griphook pressed his palm against the door, and the door thinned itself down the middle and parted like a curtain. Hagrid ducked in, retrieved, very quickly, a very small brown paper-wrapped parcel no larger than a lemon, and came out. That's the lot, he said. The lemon-sized parcel went into his coat. Hidden quest update, Vault 713 contents, observed. Size, palm-sized. Owner, N. Flammel, current registered. Note, remember this name. It will matter. N. Flammel, Harry said, very softly, to himself. A goblin ear swiveled. Griphook looked at Harry. Griphook, with the minutest twitch of his long mouth that might have been a smile in a goblin, said nothing. They went back up. Now, Harry, Hagrid said, outside Gringotts, in bright morning sun that felt much more morning than Harry had expected to ever see again, I've got a thing I've got to do quick like. Fare the headmaster. Shouldn't take long. Can ya handle a bit of shopping on your own? Your robes. Madame Malkins is just there. I'll meet ya at Flourish and Blots in an hour. I can do it, Harry said. Good lad. Hagrid, looking embarrassed and relieved, patted Harry's shoulder with a hand that almost put Harry on his knees. Don't talk to no strangers, Hagrid added, and then laughed at his own joke and walked off into the crowd. Harry went to Madame Malkins. Madame Malkin was a squat, friendly witch in mauve who took one look at Harry and bundled him onto a stool without asking him a single question about his fame. She was, Harry realized with relief, the first person that morning who had not stared at his forehead. She threw a long black robe over his head, pinned the hem with a wand that hovered and jabbed, and left him to stand still on the stool while she attended to another customer standing on another stool beside him. Hello, said the other customer. Harry looked. A boy of about his age, pale-faced, with a pointed chin and very neatly combed silver hair, stood at the next stool. His robes were longer than Harry's. His stool was higher. Hello, Harry said. Hogwarts, too, said the boy. Yes. My father's next door buying my books, the boy said, and my mother's up the street looking at wands. Then I'll drag them off to look at racing brooms. Can't see why first years can't have their own. I'll bully father into buying me one and smuggle it in somehow. Status, NPC type, potential rival. Social radar, markers not yet applicable. Listen before judging. Harry, who had been raised by Dudley, knew bully talk when he heard it. But he also knew that boys who spoke like this one were often scared of something, and the scared thing sometimes made them interesting to know. My father doesn't buy me brooms, Harry said, evenly. I don't have a father. The pale boy blinked. Oh, he said. Then, a little more softly, sorry. Harry was surprised. It had sounded, for a breath, genuine. It's all right, Harry said. What house d'you think you'll be in? The boy said, recovering. Mine'll be Slytherin. Whole family's been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I'd leave, wouldn't you? I don't know what house I'll be in, Harry said. I don't even know what a Hufflepuff is. The boy laughed a surprised laugh. You're joking. I'm not. Muggleborn. The boy said, with a careful small sneer. Both my parents were magical, Harry said, carefully. They died. The boy had, Harry noticed, the good grace to stop sneering. He looked at Harry again, as if trying to solve a small arithmetic problem in his head. I'm Draco, the boy said. Draco Malfoy. I'm Harry, Harry said. Draco waited for the surname. Harry gave him, not the surname, but a look. It was a new look, one Harry had invented sometime between the Leaky Cauldron and this stool, a look that was friendly and not at the same time, a look that said you have been told my name every day of your life and you will not be told it by me. Draco's small sneer came back. He said, "Is this some sort of, Madame Malkin came back?" "All done, dear," she said to Harry. "That's 4 galleons and 6 sickles." Harry counted his money carefully. He paid. He got down off his stool. He said, politely, "See you at Hogwarts, Draco." He left. Skill unlocked, Strategic Reserve. Effect: when you withhold a piece of information an opponent expects, you gain +1 to all char rolls for the next encounter with them. Harry smiled to himself on the pavement. 2 down. 4 to go. He did Flourish and Blots next. He had decided, in the 20 paces between Malkin's and Flourish and Blots, that he was perfectly capable of shopping alone, and that Hagrid might take a full hour if he felt like it. Flourish and Blots had a front window crowded with books that moved. One of the books on the display bit at another book. A witch bustled out and slapped the biting book with a ruler. The biting book sulked. Inside, Harry was handed the first-year list and pointed toward the low shelves at the back. He collected the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. He collected A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. He collected Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. He collected, because he had 2 galleons left over and because he couldn't help himself, a slim, used paperback off the bargain table called Hogwarts, A History. Then, because the system had tagged it, he picked up one more book that was not on his list, Quidditch Through the Ages. Hidden Quest activated, establish a baseline. Recommendation: you will play Quidditch before you are 12. You will want to know the rules first. Harry grinned and tucked Quidditch Through the Ages under his arm. At the counter, where the assistant was trying to ring up another customer's pile, Harry stood behind a tall skinny witch with a bushy brown head of hair. The bushy-haired witch was actually slightly shorter than Harry at the moment, but when she turned around, Harry realized it had not been a witch, it had been a girl of about his own age. She had big front teeth and eyes much more alive than the average eyes he had seen that morning, and she had 7 books stacked in her arms, all extras. Her mouth opened. Harry braced for the forehead stare. "You're reading Hogwarts, A History," she said. "Am I?" "The copy you have," she said, pointing. "You're about to read it. Good. Don't skip the footnotes. Most people skip the footnotes." "I won't," Harry said. She looked at him with intense approval. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "My parents are dentists. They don't know what Hogwarts is. I've been reading. In fact," she lifted the top of her stack, "all summer." Are you a first year?" "You look like a first year." Harry liked her. He had liked her about 4 seconds in. He did not know why, yet. Social radar, no marker. Party candidate detected. Relationship potential, high. Note, she does not recognize you. Good. She will form her own judgment. "I'm Harry," he said. "Harry what?" He nearly laughed. "Potter," he said. "Harry Potter." Hermione Granger looked at him, read the name, and then, to Harry's delight, she said, "Huh. Is that the boy in Chapter 8 of the history book? There's a whole chapter." "Did you read it?" "There's a whole chapter." "Yes," she said, pleased. "It's quite short. There's also a part in one of the other books I bought about you, but it's all about the night you survived, it doesn't actually describe you. Nobody describes you. It's very irritating. Sorry about that." "It's not your fault," she said. They paid. Harry had 4 sickles left when he left the till. Hermione, 8 books heavier, followed him to the door. "Are you waiting for someone?" she said. "A giant. A friendly one, I hope." "Very." She looked over his shoulder. She made a small, pleased noise. "Oh," she said. "Gosh. Him." Hagrid was coming up the street with an ice cream in each hand. "One," Harry saw with a rush of fondness, was chocolate. The other was strawberry. Harry said. I like him already, Hermione said. Goodbye, Harry Potter. I hope we're in the same house. Me too, Harry said, and meant it, and watched her walk off up the street with her stack of books wobbling above the crowd. New contact added, Hermione Granger. Party size, 1/5, effect, in her presence, int rolls +1, in her presence, bravery rolls +1, she makes you want to be braver than you are. Harry watched her go. He watched her until her bushy head was swallowed up by a crowd of witches. He turned back, took the chocolate ice cream out of Hagrid's hand, and said thank you. Ye've been busy, Hagrid said. I've made a friend. Blimey, Harry, already? I think so, Harry said. I'm going to have to see her again to be sure. But I think so. Hagrid beamed. He crunched his own ice cream in 3 bites and led Harry up the street. Ollivander's was the kind of shop that looked as though it were trying, mildly, to fall down. The front window contained a single wand on a faded purple velvet cushion. The door had a brass bell on a string. When Harry pushed it open, the bell clinked, and the dust in the air seemed to turn, as if offended, and look at him. Ah, said a voice from very high up a ladder at the back. Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. Harry looked up. Mr. Ollivander, if that was him, was not at the top of the ladder. He was at the top of the shelves, over the ladder, hanging off a brass rail, reading a small box as if it were a novel. His silvery eyes settled on Harry, and did not blink. I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter, said Ollivander, climbing down, though he did not seem to use the ladder as he descended. Every wand. It seems only yesterday that your father was in here, buying his. Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say sold your father, I fitted him, the wand of course chooses the wizard. Oh, said Harry. And your mother favored, let me see, 10¼ inch willow, swishy, nice for charm work. Lovely wand, your mother. Lovely lady. I am very sorry for your loss. Thank you, sir, said Harry. He was learning, in real time, to be thanked for being sorry, and to be sorry back. Which is your wand hand? I'm right-handed. Hold out your arm. Yes. That's right. A silver tape measure came out of Ollivander's sleeve and began measuring Harry. Then it measured the height of his chin from his collar. Then it measured from his nostril to his shoulder. Ollivander, by that point, had his back to Harry and was pulling boxes off shelves with one hand each. He tossed 6 wands onto the counter. The tape measure was, by then, measuring between Harry's nostrils. That'll do, said Ollivander, absently, and the tape measure fell to the floor. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave. Harry took it. He waved it. Nothing happened. Ollivander snatched it back. Ebony and unicorn hair, 8½ inches, springy. Try it. Nothing happened. No, here, ash and unicorn hair, 7 inches, quite whippy, try. Ollivander grew more excited by each failure. Harry began to get the idea, after the 10th wand, that Ollivander had not sold a wand in some time and was warming up. Active subquest, pass the wand trial. Note, your wand is the same one it was always going to be. Do not try to force the choosing. Be open. The wand will know when it knows. Try this one, Ollivander said, softly, lifting a long thin box off a back shelf. An unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry took the wand. It felt warm, immediately, and there was a small, pleasant click in his wrist like a gear slotting home. Raise it, said Ollivander. Give it a wave. Harry raised the wand. He did not even have to wave it. Warmth ran up his arm as if he had put his hand into a pocket full of sunlight. A stream of red and gold sparks shot out of the tip and made a small burst in the air above Ollivander's head. Ollivander, to Harry's delight, clapped. "Bravo," said Ollivander. "Oh, bravo. Curious, though." "Curious, curious." "What's curious?" Harry said. Ollivander fixed him with those silvery, unblinking eyes. "I remember," Ollivander said, "every wand I have ever sold. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, Mr. Potter, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." A long, quiet beat. "You know whose wand?" Harry said. "The same phoenix, yes," Ollivander said. "I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." Harry paid his 7 galleons for the wand. He kept his face polite. He took the box. He did not, yet, say anything else. System warning, legacy weapon acquired. Note, this wand is linked to your primary antagonist's wand by material. Effect, duels with his wand will behave strangely. Remember this. Effect, plus 5% MP Regen in your hands, plus 25% emotional resonance with owner. Effect, it will love you. It will love only you. Harry, on the pavement with his new wand in its box under his arm, took a long breath. He had been given an ice cream cone, a mother's old money, a chocolate cake with his name on it, a giant's loyalty, a girl who might be a friend, and a wand that had once burned him. In 6 hours. He felt, for the first time in his life, like he had enough to work with. They went to Aesop's Owl Emporium last. Hagrid, inside, vanished into the stalls like a man greeting old colleagues. Harry stood in front of a long white cage and looked into the very steady amber eyes of a snowy owl, about the size of a large cat, with perfectly brushed feathers. "Hello," he said, very softly. The owl blinked. The owl ducked her head. "Yeah, like her?" Hagrid said, reappearing behind him. "Birthday present, Harry." "Oh yeah, one." "I have a birthday present," Harry said. "The cake." The warmth had not faded. "You'll have 2, Hagrid said, firmly, and paid for the owl. Harry named her Hedwig on the walk back down the street. He had seen the name in Hagrid's copy of A History of Magic when he had flipped a page out of Nerves. Hedwig had been a 17th-century healer. The snowy owl accepted the name with a small, dignified click of her beak. Hedwig, Harry decided, was going to be quite a serious owl. New companion, Hedwig, owl. Role, messenger. Intuition. Emotional support. Note, she is smarter than she looks. Do not lie in front of her. She will remember. Harry walked beside Hagrid back up Diagon Alley with Hedwig's cage in one hand and his bag of books in the other, and he felt, for a moment, absurdly, like a normal boy who had gone shopping with a normal uncle. Then somebody on the pavement screamed his name, and somebody else asked for his autograph, and somebody else tried to put a camera in his face, and he remembered that he was not quite normal, and he kept walking. Between the Owl Emporium and the last of his errands, Harry and Hagrid stopped at the apothecary so Harry could buy basic potion ingredients. The shop was a riot of smells, iron filings and lavender and something that Harry hoped was not rotten fish. A witch with arms folded across a black apron measured out silverweed, dried nettles, porcupine quills, and one small phial of what Hagrid cheerfully called snake eyes, don't worry, cheap, glass, and dropped the lot into Harry's canvas bag. "How'd you know what ter buy?" Hagrid said as they left. "I read the list," Harry said. "And I asked her which of the cheap ones were properly cheap and which were cheap because they were rubbish." Hagrid, who had been walking, stopped. He laughed a laugh that bent him in half. "Merlin," Harry. Yeri goin' to be dangerous in a shop. Passive granted, thrifty buyer. Plus 5% value to purchases, vendors do not attempt to cheat you twice. Harry pretended not to see the little blue box. He walked with Hagrid up the street, and he logged, quietly, that every single shop on Diagon Alley that he had been inside had left him feeling, by the time he left, a little less small. Before Hagrid went, he gave Harry a second ice cream, vanilla and raspberry, and a roll of parchment with the train ticket pinned to it. He also, in the way of men who were not good at goodbyes, hugged Harry so hard that Harry's feet left the floor. "You behave yourself, Harry," Hagrid said, setting him down. "Yeah, hear? I hear. And you'll see me at Hogwarts. I'll see you at Hogwarts." Hagrid looked as if he wanted to say a dozen things more and could not. He nodded at Harry, instead. He nodded at Hedwig, who nodded back. He ducked out of the pub. Harry watched him go. He climbed the stairs to his room with his new life tucked under one arm and an owl in the other, and he felt, for a boy who had, only the previous morning, woken up in a cupboard, very nearly, almost, something close to happy. Back at the Leaky Cauldron, Hagrid booked Harry a room. Harry had never had a room. The room had a bed, a window, a pitcher of water, a candle, and a chair. Hagrid set Hedwig's cage on the chair. Harry set his bag on the bed. Hagrid looked around as if he was checking that the room was up to his standards. Apparently it was. "You'll be fine fair a night, Harry," Hagrid said. "I gotta be gettin' back to the school. I'll be along in the mornin' with your train ticket. Hogwarts Express leaves day after tomorrow, King's Cross, platform 9 3/4. "Platform what?" 9 3/4, Hagrid said, cheerfully. "You'll find it." He left. Harry heard him go down the creaking pub stairs like a small, kind avalanche. Alone, Harry did not sit. He paced. He paced from the bed to the window to the chair to the bed. He opened his bag. He counted his books. He unwrapped his new robes. He laid out his wand box on the pillow. He stopped at the window. Evening was coming in. The alley below, a Muggle one, was filling up with commuters. He watched them. He watched them, and he thought, for the first time with anything like detachment, about all of the things he had learned that day. The landlord who had not met his eye. The professor whose turban had stirred. The goblin's fingers. The package. And, Flammel. Draco's face, when he had said "My father doesn't buy me brooms." Hermione, with her books, asking about footnotes. Ollivander, saying "terrible but great." A small tap came at the window glass. Harry turned. An owl, this one a tawny, had landed on the sill. A letter was tied to its leg. He opened the window. He untied the letter. The owl, with the dignified rudeness of owls, flew off at once. The letter was sealed in green wax with the Hogwarts crest, and under the crest was, in smaller, very neat script, P.W. B. Dumbledore. Harry broke the seal. "Dear Harry, Hagrid has written to me this afternoon. He tells me that your introduction to your inheritance has been, so far, successful, that you have found your wand, and that you have survived the Leaky Cauldron at lunchtime, which will remain, I suspect, among the more impressive of your youthful achievements. I should like to welcome you in person to Hogwarts in a few days' time. In the meanwhile, a small advisement. You may notice, over the next several hours, that you are experiencing the world rather more vividly than is strictly usual. This is a normal consequence of a magical child's first full contact with the wizarding community, an unfolding, if you will, of senses that your Muggle relations had no way of teaching you to use. If, however, you notice anything more unusual than the standard unfolding, anything, for instance, that speaks to you when you are alone, I hope you will trust me to hear about it, in time, at a time and in a place of your choosing. I shall see you at the feast. Warm regards, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. I am, on this subject, a very patient old man. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he laid it flat on the desk, and he folded it in halves, and he folded it in quarters, and he put it into the inner pocket of his new robes. Social radar update, Dumbledore, Albus P. W. B. tagged. Marker, Amber. Note, amber is not yellow. Amber means, knows more about you than you know about him. Note, he has, for reasons yet to be determined, wanted you to know he can see the system. Voice. Yes. Can he see you? Not directly. He can see the shape of you. He can see that there is a shape where a shape should not be. Is he telling me the truth, about being patient? Yes. He is telling you the truth. He is also telling you the truth about being old. He is not telling you the truth about wanting you to confess to him. He does not want you to confess to him. He wants you to understand that he will find out either way. This is a soft move, player. He is a soft player. He is nonetheless playing you. Harry nodded to himself. He sat on the edge of the bed. He looked at Hedwig, who was looking at him with the patient amber eyes of a creature that had been following the whole conversation. "What do you think, Hedwig?" he said. Hedwig clicked her beak. "I'll take that as a yes," Harry said. He opened his copy of Hogwarts, a history. He flipped to chapter 8. He found his own face on page 174, sketched in ink, a baby's face with round cheeks and a faint lightning bolt. The accompanying paragraph was, as Hermione had said, quite short. It said that Harry James Potter, born to Lily and James Potter on the 31st of July, had survived the killing curse at the hands of the Dark Lord you-know-who on October the 31st, 1981, that the Dark Lord had been destroyed by the rebound, and had not been seen since, and that Harry had been placed with relations, name undisclosed, for his safety. Harry read that 3 times as well. He laid the book, face down, on the pillow next to his wand. He lay back. He closed his eyes. "Voice," he said, eventually. "Yes. When's the first boss?" 72 hours. Probably sooner. You will know him when you see him. You will not like him. You have today and tomorrow. Use them. Can I level anything else before then? Yes. There is MP in this room. Practice. Eat. Sleep. Repeat. Harry, who had once, in the cupboard, practiced silence, sat up again and started practicing wind. By midnight, he could move a candle flame without touching it. By 1, he could bring the candle back to life when he snuffed it. By 2, he had leveled affinity, wind, to rank 3 and learned a small, precise cantrip called draft, which he could use, if he focused, to shut a door across a room. By 3, he was asleep in the bed, with Hedwig on the post above him, with his new robes laid over him as a blanket, and with the candle, which he had not quite snuffed, still politely, warmly, loyally, alight on the table. Down the hall, the landlord, Tom, who had been drying glasses since 11, paused, looked up the stairs toward the boy's room, and frowned. He could not have said why. He went back to the glasses. Up at Hogwarts, in a tower that was not quite in any of the drawn maps of the school, an old man put down his teacup, walked to the window, and looked out at a sky full of stars. Said Albus Dumbledore, to nobody. He watched the stars for a long time. He said again. And somewhere else, somewhere much further away than stars, the architect blinked, slowly, and said, in a voice that only the voice could hear, "Is he interesting?" "Yes," the voice said. "He is interesting. Move the first one forward. I want to see him run." "Yes," the voice said, very quietly. "As you command." He woke once, at 4 in the morning, because Hedwig had made a small, uneasy chirp. He sat up in the dark. The candle had gone out, at last, by itself. The room was cold. Somewhere in the pub, far below, a door closed. "What is it?" Harry said, softly, to the owl. Hedwig looked at the window. Harry looked at the window. There was nothing to see. There was only the blurred yellow glow of the Muggle street beyond the glass. And yet, there was, for a moment, a cold pressing feeling on his chest, as if someone had set a gentle hand on his ribs and was leaning. Ambient scan detected. Source, unknown. Range, wide. Content, low resolution. Somebody is looking for you, player. They have not found you yet. You are small and the city is large. Go back to sleep. I will keep watch. Harry, to his surprise, went back to sleep. He dreamed, briefly, of a long white corridor and a door at the end with no handle. He dreamed of a voice behind the door saying, calmly, "He is the 16th, start the clock." He did not remember the dream when he woke. The voice, which was kind, kept it. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Train, the Hunter, and the Hat. Tom the landlord made the kind of breakfast a landlord makes when he has decided that a quiet boy in an upstairs room has got nobody else to do it for him. Eggs, fried bread, black pudding, grilled tomato, tea in a dented pot, butter on a plate with a knife that was heavier than necessary for butter. He set the plate in front of Harry at the corner table by the window, said nothing, and went away. Harry ate. Hedwig ate a sliver of bacon off Harry's fingers and then, with the courtesy of a creature who has been trained somewhere to be a lady, returned to her cage. The pub was almost empty at 10 in the morning. A witch in a green hat sat at the bar, writing a letter. 2 goblins sat in a corner arguing, with an impressive economy of movement, about a ledger. Tom polished glasses. He looked at Harry, every so often, with a slow, thoughtful look, like a man who was doing sums in his head and not enjoying the answers. "All right, sir," Harry said, when he caught one of these looks. Said Tom. "You're off today." "Tomorrow," Harry said. "Train tomorrow." Right. Yeah, take care on the platform, eh? Get there early. Crowds thicker every year." "Thank you," Harry said. "I will." Tom nodded, satisfied, as if that had been the question he had been working himself up to for the last hour. He turned back to his glasses. Social radar, landlord, Tom, marker none. Note, he is not trying to extract anything from you. He is worried about you. He has been worried since you were a baby. Note, people have been watching over you that you did not know were watching over you, player. It is worth remembering. Harry ate his eggs slowly, and thought about that. He spent the rest of the day in a way that was carefully, deliberately normal. He unwrapped his cauldron and looked at it in the light. He read the first chapter of the Standard Book of Spells, slowly, because the system kept throwing up small, useful hints in the margins of his mind. He took Hedwig out for a short flight, she was already bored of her cage, and watched her wheel in a narrow alley with her eyes half closed, a bird born for cold northern nights making do with London soot. He ate lunch at Fortescue's. He bought a small second-hand trunk, because his first-hand trunk was too small, and had the name Potter stenciled onto it in neat gold by a man in an apron who did not ask whether he was that Potter and accepted Harry's 7 sickles with a small, courteous nod. By evening, he had leveled affinity, wind, to rank 4, transfiguration theory to rank 1, and minor air, push to rank 2. He had also, experimentally, unlocked a small second skill called minor air, steady, which he discovered could keep a cup of tea from spilling even when the cup was jostled. He sat at his corner table in the Leaky Cauldron and drank a cup of tea that did not spill while he read Quidditch Through the Ages, and he felt, if he was honest, ridiculous about how happy such small, useful magic made him. He slept well. The voice, as promised, kept watch. Morning came with a polite, excited knock, and Hagrid in the hall in full moleskin, and a taxi at the curb, and a feeling in Harry's chest, for the first time in a long time, that was something like the feeling of packing up a bag before a good holiday. King's Cross was a roar. It had been a roar in a polite British way, which meant it was a roar that pretended it was only a bustle. Hagrid took Harry to the row of barriers between platforms 9 and 10, looked both ways the way a man looks before he jaywalks, and said, "Now. Just walk straight at the wall between 9 and 10. Best to do it at a bit of a run if ye're nervous. At the wall. At the wall. Through the wall." "Aye. All right," Harry said, because he had decided that he would ask no unnecessary questions today. He pushed his trolley forward. He closed one eye. He steered, firmly, into a brick wall. The wall was not there. He came out on the other side onto a very different platform, under a red train, steam billowing up, with a crowd of witches and wizards and trunks and cats and owls and a small boy trying, unsuccessfully, to drag a large wooden trunk on one wheel. Harry stopped. He grinned, helplessly. He looked back. The barrier looked, from this side, like a perfectly ordinary brick wall. "Showy, aren't we?" said a cheerful female voice behind him. Harry turned. A plump, kindly-faced witch in a red wool coat, with a clutch of red-headed children around her ankles, was smiling at him. The children were of descending sizes, all red-haired, all freckled. One of them was very small and a girl, the others were boys. The smallest of the boys had a smudge on his nose. "Sorry," Harry said. "First time." "Oh, love," she said. "Not to worry. Ron, dear, here's another first year." The last boy, with the smudge on his nose, shuffled over. He had long arms and ginger hair and a slightly cross face that, on closer inspection, was not cross so much as tired of being the youngest of 4 brothers. "Hi," said Ron. "Want to share a compartment? Everywhere else is already full of 6th years and prefects." "Yes," Harry said. "New NPC, Ron Weasley. Social radar, no marker. Note, his family is not wealthy. Do not make it weird. He does not yet know who you are. He will in a minute. How you behave in the next 60 seconds will matter for 10 years. Harry took that in. He took hold of one handle of his trunk. Ron took the other, with a startled expression at its weight. Together, sweating, they heaved it onto the train, into an empty compartment near the back. Harry let Hedwig's cage up onto the rack. Ron hoisted up a battered brown trunk with a broken latch. They sat. They looked at each other. "I'm Ron," said Ron. "I'm Harry," said Harry. And, because the system was giving him a yellow marker he had not asked for and did not want, because he did not want this to be a marker moment, he added, quickly, "Harry Potter." Ron's mouth did a complicated thing. "Blimey," he said, quietly. "Please don't look at my forehead," Harry said. Ron laughed. He looked at the floor instead. His ears went pink. "It's all right," Ron said, manfully. "It's just, everyone's read about you, We all have, in our house. My mum's got a book. There's a whole page. I don't know, sorry, I'm going to pretend you're normal. Is that all right?" "That would be brilliant," Harry said. Party member added, Ron Weasley. Party size, 1/5, Hermione Granger, potential. Effect, in Ron's presence, luck rolls +1, strategic, games, rolls +2. Note, he is a better tactician than he thinks he is. Ron blew out his cheeks, visibly relieved, and dug in his trunk for a deck of cards. The train pulled out of King's Cross. Ron's family, it turned out, was a whole country. Harry learned, in the next half hour, that Ron had 5 brothers and 1 sister. He had 2 brothers already at Hogwarts, Percy, the prefect with the nose in the air, and the twins, Fred and George, who had, in Ron's words, been expelled about 6 times already, only nobody's told them yet. There was an older brother working in Romania with dragons, which was not, to Ron's evident despair, a joke, and an oldest brother who worked for Gringotts in Egypt and wore an earring, of which Ron's mother had a great deal of things to say, and a little sister Ginny who, as of this summer, had been devastated about not being allowed to go to Hogwarts, had cried for 2 days, and had then, Ron reported, started teaching herself to fly a broom off the garden shed. "She's mad," Ron said, admiringly. "She sounds brilliant," said Harry. "Yeah, well," Ron said, ears pink. "Don't tell her that. She's got a big enough head already." Harry filed Ron's sister away. The system, on its own, opened a small gray placeholder in his contacts menu, Ginny Weasley, not yet met, party potential. They talked, in the way of boys on trains, about nothing that mattered and everything that mattered. Ron asked questions about Muggle television and did not sneer when Harry admitted he had never, in his life, been allowed to watch it. Harry asked questions about Hogwarts ghosts and the moving staircases. Ron pulled out a packet of corned beef sandwiches his mother had wrapped in brown paper, sighed at the sight of them, and brightened only when Harry, matter of fact, said, "I love corned beef," and took 2. He didn't love corned beef. He had never, before this train, knowingly eaten corned beef. He discovered, chewing, that he did love corned beef. Ron watched him eat the sandwich and did not say anything, but something in Ron's shoulders went softer. Party bond, Ron Weasley, strength 1-strength 2. Note, trust is built in small, unglamorous moments. This was one. The card game they settled on was called Exploding Snap, which Ron taught Harry in about 90 seconds. Ron lost the first 2 rounds on purpose, Harry was almost sure, and then he won the 3rd and the 4th and cackled. Harry lost the 5th, lost his eyebrows to a small explosion, and laughed until Ron laughed, too. A trolley came past the compartment door, pushed by a dimpled old witch who sold chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and small silver pumpkin pasties that were actually the size of a man's fist. Harry, flush with gold from his vault, bought the trolley out. Ron's ears went pink again. "You didn't have to, I've never bought a sweet in my life," Harry said. "I'm making up for lost time, and I'm not eating 18 pasties on my own. Take half." Ron, after a startled second, grinned and took half. They ate. Harry read the cards in his chocolate frogs and discovered, with delight, that the wizard pictures waved. He got a Dumbledore on his first frog. He looked at the picture of Dumbledore, and Dumbledore, in the picture, looked at him, tapped his nose solemnly, and strolled out of the frame. The card under the picture said, Albus Dumbledore. Currently headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times. Particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore enjoys chamber music and tenpin bowling. Harry read the card twice. Nicholas Flamel, he said, very quietly, to nobody in particular. The lemon-sized parcel from Vault 713 was, apparently, now identified. Hidden Quest, Vault 713, Objective updated. Item, almost certainly the Philosopher's Stone. Note, do not ask around. The name Flamel is in the library. Let the library have it. Oi, Ron said, around a bean. What's chamber music? I have no idea, Harry said, tucking the card into his new robe pocket, and went back to his frog. It was roughly 2 hours later that the compartment door slid open and a girl in long robes with bushy brown hair put her head in. Has anyone seen a toad? Hermione said. A boy named Neville's lost one. She saw Harry. She lit up, which was not quite a smile but was brighter. Oh, hello. Hello, said Harry. Come in. Ron, this is Hermione. Hermione, this is Ron. Hi, said Ron, cautiously. Hi, said Hermione. She did not sit down. I've read the news about you, Harry, it's in the Daily Prophet once a week, did you know? Have you done any magic yet? Anything at all? Can you do that thing where you can tell the time by looking at a plant? My cousin can do that, and she's only 8, it's a muggle trick but it works anyway, it's quite clever, I can, said Harry, slowly, move things a little without touching them. Really? Really? Hermione looked at Ron. Can you? No, said Ron. Show me, Hermione said, sitting down, her toad search apparently forgotten. Harry hesitated. Showing off, he had always been told, was not good. But Hermione was looking at him with the expectant, unskeptical eyes of a girl who wanted, badly, to see a thing, and Ron was looking at him with the equally eager eyes of a boy who had nothing against an excuse. Harry picked up a jellybean off his lap. He set it on the little folding table in the middle of the compartment. He closed his eyes. He asked. He felt the small, polite muscle behind his collarbone contract. The jellybean rolled, slowly, across the tabletop. Ron's mouth opened. Hermione's eyes did something Harry had never seen eyes do. They did not widen. They sharpened. She leaned forward. Her hair fell into her face and she did not push it back. Do it backward, she said. Harry smiled, and obliged. The jellybean rolled back. Did you say anything? Hermione said. Are you saying it in your head? Is it a charm? No words, Harry said. I'm just, asking. Asking. That's what it is. Show me, she said, again, but differently. She set a jellybean of her own on the table. She looked at it. She frowned. She bit her lip. The jellybean did not move. Ask, Harry said. Don't tell. She looked up at him, and something in her face changed, the glitter of a girl who had, all summer, approached magic as though it were a difficult book with a footnote she could outsmart, and who was now, for a second, tempted to be curious instead. She looked back at the jellybean. The jellybean, very slightly, wobbled. Party status updated, Hermione Granger, confirmed joined, soft promise. Effect, in her presence, teaching roles +2, mutual. Note, she will learn this trick before the end of term. Hermione sat back. She looked hard at Harry. You'll teach me that, she said. Yes, said Harry. Good, said Hermione. Ron, who had been grinning like a man in a front-row seat, cleared his throat. The toad, he said. Oh, said Hermione, startled. Right. The toad. I'll help, said Ron, surprising himself. Come on. They got up. Hermione paused at the door. You two should put your school robes on, she said. We're nearly there. We are not, check, she said. I'm right. She left. Ron stuck his head into the corridor, looked both ways, came back in, and announced, with a grudging air that did not fool Harry, she's right. I can see Hogsmeade Station down the line. They were pulling their robes on over their jumpers when the train began to slow. They had hit a bend that ran along a stretch of dark pine forest. The sky, which had started the day a pale blue, had gone, in the last hour, the dim copper of an unexpected storm. Something about the light in the compartment felt wrong. It took Harry a second to work out what. The train's wheels had a particular rhythm, and the rhythm had, quietly, become irregular. Then the lights went out. Not all of them. Not in a normal way. The corridor light in their compartment flickered to a dim, greenish lozenge that was the wrong color for a light. The window darkened, not with cloud, but as if a hand had been lifted over it. Harry, halfway through buttoning his robe, felt the small, urgent spike of adrenaline he had been waiting for all week. Warning. 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 Combat encounter initiated. Enemy type, Hunter Protocol. Tier 1. Enemy, Hushman. Custom construct. System origin. Note, he is on this train. He is looking for you. He will not ask for permission. Advise, low MP, run. High MP, stand and protect the party. Current MP, 172/180. Ron, Harry said. What? Get your wand. Ron looked at him. Harry's tone had done something to his face. Ron, who had grown up with 3 older brothers, knew that voice. He had his wand out in the next half-breath. What is it? Somebody bad, Harry said. Door. Lock it. Ron locked the compartment door. Outside in the corridor, Harry heard a small, polite knocking. Not on the door. On the walls. Tap. 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 The taps came at intervals of about 3 feet. They were working down the carriage. Oh, said Ron, quietly. Oh. That's not right. No, said Harry. He flung the window down. Cold air rushed in. He leaned his head out. The train was moving slowly, but it was still moving. Telegraph poles flicked past. Pine branches. Tap, tap, came the taps. Harry, said Ron, quite pale. What do we do? We find Hermione, Harry said. And we find this thing before it finds us. They left the compartment. They ran down the corridor against the direction of the taps. Harry's heart hammered. He did not, however, feel afraid. He felt clear. He felt, very distinctly, like a tool that had been built for this moment and was finally being picked up. Hermione Granger, party, location detected, carriage 2, compartment 9. Distance, 62 meters. Neville Longbottom, NON party, detected, carriage 3. Hushman, location, carriage 1, moving toward you. EST time to contact, 140 seconds. They ran 2 carriages. Hermione was in a compartment kneeling on the floor with a small, round-faced boy who was clutching a toad to his chest. She looked up when Harry burst in. What's wrong? She said, taking one look at his face. Something's on the train, Harry said. Something not good. We have to get to the back. Why? Said the round-faced boy, terrified. Because whatever it is, it's not at the back yet, Harry said, surprising himself with how calm he sounded. Come on. Bring your toad. Come on. The round-faced boy, Neville, Harry gathered, though no one had introduced him, was on his feet with the toad clutched in 2 hands. Hermione was already moving. They slid out of the compartment. Tap. 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 Closer now. They ran. They ran down the next carriage. They ran past a prefect with a green and silver badge who looked up from a magazine and said, Oi, oi, no running, but Harry did not answer. At the far end of the carriage was a small iron door with a handle. Harry pulled it. It did not move. Ron. On it. Ron had his wand up. He flicked it. He said a word that a red-headed older brother had evidently, at some point, taught him and should not have, Alohomra. The lock clicked. Good lad, Harry said, and hauled the door open. Beyond the door was the gap between the carriages, a narrow trembling corridor, and then the luggage van, and then the last carriage. Harry pushed them all through into the luggage van. He shut the door. He, with Ron still holding his wand up, locked it. It was dark in the luggage van. Trunks were stacked high in rows. There was a smell of straw and old varnish. In the dark at the far end, a single owl hooted. All right, Harry said, pitching his voice low. Neville. You're staying behind the trunks. Hermione. You too. If it gets past Ron and me, you run. Don't look back. Do you understand me? I'm not running, Hermione. She looked at him. Her face was set. The glitter was back. What will you do? She said. Whatever I have to, Harry said, but I need to know the 2 of you are safe, or I'll spend half my head worrying about you, and that's how I die. She held his eye a second. She nodded, once. She took Neville by the elbow and pulled him behind a tall trunk stack. Harry turned to Ron. Disarming spell. My brothers show me one. I don't know if I can, I'll do the hitting. You cover me. If I go down, your job is to point your wand and yell whatever comes into your head. All right. Ron. Look at me. You're not dying today. All right. The tapping had stopped. Silence. Harry's skin prickled. Something, somewhere in the luggage van, exhaled. Motion detected. 12 meters, forward left, behind trunks. Harry dropped, fast, and pulled Ron down with him. A shape peeled out of the dark between two towering trunks. It was, at first, a man. Then it was not a man. It was a figure of black cloth wrapped around the silhouette of a man, but the parts under the cloth had nothing to do with flesh. Glass glinted where a face should have been. The figure was not tall. It was wide, and low, and it moved with the soundless, oiled shuffle of something that had been given very exact instructions. The figure did not carry a wand. The figure had, instead, hands. The hands were wrong. Hushman. Tier 1. Construct. Core weakness, glass mask. One clean blow to the mask will disrupt its binding. Method of attack, touch-based silencing. If the construct touches your throat with its palm, you lose the ability to speak for 12 hours. Do not let it touch your throat. Advised skills, minor air, push, draft, transfiguration theory, trunks are in reach, player. Use them. Harry's mouth went dry. He did not think. He pointed his hand, not his wand, his hand, at a trunk near the Hushman's shoulder, and he did not push, he did not shove, he asked. With the polite firmness of a butler moving an unwanted guest, he asked the trunk to lean. The trunk leaned. The trunk toppled. The trunk fell on the Hushman's leg, not hard enough to break a man, but hard enough to stagger a construct. A dry crack, like glass under a boot, came from the figure, and the Hushman lurched 2 steps sideways, and one long sleeve of black cloth snagged on a corner. Ron, Harry said, get ready. He got up. The Hushman, with a quick jerk, pulled his leg free of the trunk and stood. The mask swung toward Harry. He was not going to wait. Harry crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides. The Hushman lunged. Harry ducked. A cold palm, wrong cold, more like a stone than a hand, raked the air where his throat had been a moment ago. Harry brought his wand up. He did not speak. He could not think of a word to speak. He did not know a word. He thought, break. A blast of cold wind that Harry had not known he could throw came out of the tip of the wand. It struck the Hushman in the chest. The Hushman flew backward over a row of crates, and the glass face caught on a nail as it went, and cracked across the brow. The Hushman landed. It lay still for half a second. Then it sat up. Its face was cracked, not broken. The Hushman regained its footing with the smooth patience of a thing that could not, because of what it was, be surprised. It did not breathe. It did not hesitate. It walked, very steadily, down the narrow aisle between the trunk stacks, glass face tilted slightly to one side. Ron, Harry said. Yeah. If I say down, you drop. Yeah. Go. Harry moved sideways toward the luggage van's iron wall. The Hushman adjusted, following. Good, good, if it would follow, it would not look behind it. Behind it, Hermione had crept out along the far row of trunks, slow and steady, and was, Harry realized with a sudden brightness in his chest, doing something he had not quite asked her to do. She was setting out an obstacle. She was sliding trunks out into the aisle behind the construct, one by one, with both hands, with the silent concentration of a girl who had understood, without a word, exactly what her part in the next minute was going to be. If he could get the Hushman to step backward, Harry raised his wand. He pretended to aim at the mask. The Hushman raised one glassy hand to block. Down /. Harry said. Ron dropped. Harry did not fire at the mask. Harry fired, low, at the construct's ankles, with a short, precise burst of draft, not enough wind to knock it down, just enough to push the feet. The Hushman stumbled back a single step. It stumbled onto a trunk Hermione had just placed. It fell, backward, hard, and its mask cracked further along the new crack. Now /. Harry said. And Ron, shaking, his wand hand steadier than his knees, hurled, of all things, his own trunk lid. Not a spell. Not a charm. A hard, practical, wooden trunk lid that he had unhooked off his brother's battered case half a second before. It flew end over end and struck the cracked glass mask with the satisfying clock of wood against glass. That was what finally did it. Harry's sheer after that was only cleanup. Ron /. Harry shouted. Ron, standing behind him with his wand white-knuckled in his fist, had his mouth open. He closed it. He lifted the wand. He said, in a voice that shook but meant it, Lumos /. Light exploded out of the wand. It was not a fighting spell. It was a light-making charm. But the Hushman was a creature of dim places, and dim places were, in light, less themselves. The Hushman flinched. One glass hand went to the cracked mask. Now, Harry said, quietly, to himself, to the voice, to the wand. He raised the holly wand. He aimed at the cracked point of the mask. He thought, very simply, finish. Minor air, push, rank 2, upgraded, sheer. MP cost, 14. Effect, a hair-thin blade of compressed air will leave the tip of your wand. Do not miss. A thin whistle. A sound like somebody tearing silk very fast. The hair-thin blade crossed the luggage van and went neatly through the mask along the crack. The mask split. The black cloth under the mask flopped, briefly, in the air, as if remembering itself, and then the whole construct folded down to the floor like a coat falling off a hanger. A puff of blue-white smoke rose and dissipated. The train, in the distance, let out a whistle. Harry stood with his wand up, breathing hard. He looked down at the empty cloth. He looked at Ron. Ron looked at him. Blimey, said Ron, reverently. Yeah, said Harry, faintly. Hermione came out from behind the trunk stack. She looked at the cloth. She looked at Harry. She said, what was it? Something somebody sent, Harry said. Is it dead? I don't know that it was alive. Neville had edged out behind Hermione, eyes enormous, toad still clutched to his chest. He stared at the cloth, then at Harry, then at the cloth again. Is that normal at Hogwarts? Neville asked, in a very small voice. I think, Harry said, carefully, that might be the wrong question, Neville. I don't think it is. But I'm pretty sure it's normal for me. And if you're going to be around me, it might be a thing we all want to know the answer to. Hermione looked at him. Right, then, she said. Lesson 1 in whatever this is. We fight better together. What can I do next time? I'll teach you the asking, Harry said. Tomorrow. I promise. The train whistled again. The tapping, which Harry realized only now had never been the Hushman, but the sound of the train over a stretch of uneven rail, went on, cheerfully, unrelated. Encounter complete. First boss, Tier 1, defeated. Experience, plus 1,200. Level up. Level up. Level up. HP, 48-60. MP, 180-210. STR 4-5. Int 17-18. Skill unlocked, minor air, sheer. Title earned, hunted, and not killed. Passive, you may sense Hunter Protocol constructs within 40 meters. Party member Ron Weasley gained plus 250 EXP, level to 2, new spell capacity. Party member Hermione Granger gained plus 200 EXP, level to 2, learned, minor object movement, crude. Note, congratulations, player. You are not dying in Chapter 3. Harry, with absolutely no warning, laughed. He laughed until he had to put a hand on the trunk to steady himself. Ron, not knowing what had set him off, began to laugh too. Hermione looked at the two of them and shook her head and said, "Boys." But she smiled. Neville, clutching his toad, began, tentatively, to laugh with them, which was, Harry thought, the real victory of the afternoon. They went back through the doors together to their compartment and did not, any of them, say another word about the cloth on the floor of the luggage van. A prefect swept past them as they went. He did not see the cloth, because the cloth was already gone. They arrived at Hogsmeade Station as the dusk came down. Hagrid was there with his lantern, bellowing, "Fur's backslash. Fur's over here backslash," and Harry raised his hand at the sound like a boy raising a hand at a favorite teacher. Hagrid's face, when he saw him safe on the platform, did a whole small performance of relief. "Yeah, all right, Harry." "Mostly," Harry said. "Mostly?" "Nothing I couldn't handle," Harry said. And, because Hagrid's face needed it, he grinned. They walked, in a pack of 11-year-olds, down a path between pine trees to a black lake. "For to a boat," Hagrid said. Ron climbed into a boat with Harry. Hermione climbed in after them. Neville climbed in after her. They sat in a low wooden boat and the boat moved itself out, and Harry turned his face to the direction they were heading and saw, without warning, over the treetops, reflecting in black water, the castle. He had, truly, no words. Hogwarts. High-turreted, pale, with 1,000 lit windows, towers like a city of candles, a big black mass of stone sitting on a cliff the way a lion sits on a hill. Hermione, beside him, made a small, sighing sound. "Oh," she said. "Yeah," said Harry. Skill unlocked, Hogwarts loyalty, passive. Effect, within Hogwarts walls, all instinct-based rolls +2. You will not get lost. Note, the castle is, itself, a character. It has just met you. It has decided that it likes you. That will matter. The Great Hall was, in Harry's later memory, the only place he'd ever been that had succeeded in looking exactly like the inside of his imagination. The ceiling was a sky. Candles floated. For long tables, each under a different colored banner, were lined with older students whose faces, when the first years filed in, turned as one and looked. At the front of the room, on a low stool, was a pointed black hat, old and patched and slumped. A severe witch in green robes, McGonagall, Harry remembered from a name on a letter, unrolled a scroll. And the hat, Harry saw with something like glee, opened a rip along the brim and began to sing. It sang about 4 houses, and about clever and brave and loyal and cunning, and about being sordid, and about itself, and at the end of the song everyone clapped. Names were called. Abbott, Hannah /. McGonagall said. A round-faced blonde girl sat on the stool and had the hat dropped over her head, and after a second the hat shouted, Hufflepuff /, and the yellow table cheered. Names passed. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff /. Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw /. Brown, Lavender, Gryffindor /. The Gryffindor table, Harry saw, with a little leap, had 2 red-haired twins in it who looked at Ron across the room and each, in unison, crossed their eyes at him. Ron crossed his eyes back. Granger, Hermione /. Hermione all but ran to the stool. The hat sat on her head for a long, considering moment. Harry, with his new perception, could see the hat's brim moving slightly as it thought, and then, firmly, it said, Gryffindor /. Hermione flew to the red and gold table with the expression of a girl who had been holding her breath for a summer. Longbottom, Neville backslash. A 10-second hesitation, then, Gryffindor backslash. Malfoy, Draco backslash. The hat barely touched Draco's pale hair before it yelled, Slytherin backslash. Harry watched Draco join the green table with a satisfied expression. Potter, Harry backslash. Whispers ran through the hall, audible even at the front. Harry walked to the stool with what he hoped was a steady step. He sat on the stool. He pulled the hat down over his eyes. The hall went dark as the hat went down. Said a small voice, right in his ear. Hello, Harry thought, politely. Well, said the hat. Well. Is everything all right? Harry thought. I have been sorting first years for 1011 years, Mr. Potter, said the hat. And in 1011 years, I have never once, before now, had a voice in the head I was sorting speak to me. I beg your pardon. There is somebody in your head, Mr. Potter, said the hat, thoughtfully. He is polite. He is waving. I waved back. Please pass him my regards. System response, hello, sorting hat. Sorting hat response, hello, system. You are a very old thing. System response, thank you. So are you. Sorting hat response, yes. I am going to like this one, I think. Now then, Mr. Potter, said the hat, tipping back the conversation. Let us see. Courage, yes, in a rather quieter shape than I usually see it. A good mind. Loyalty to a boy you have known for 6 hours. A talent for, oh dear, for strategy. And a mind that has been taught very hard, too hard, to hide itself. Where will you put me? Harry asked. Well, the easy answer is Slytherin, said the hat, conversationally. Slytherin would make you great. Slytherin would be good for you. Slytherin, Mr. Potter, would help you on the road you are already very clearly on. Not Slytherin, Harry thought. The hat paused. Not Slytherin, is it? Not Slytherin. You are sure? I am sure. Well, said the hat, you have the right, and then, out loud, it shouted, Gryffindor backslash. The red and gold table exploded. Harry sat for a second with the hat still on his head, stunned. Then McGonagall lifted the hat off and nodded, small and approving, and Harry got down from the stool and walked, with his knees a little wobbly, to the cheering table. He sat between Ron and Hermione. Ron grinned at him. Hermione squeezed his hand. At the high table, at the far end of the hall, under the banner of Hogwarts itself, an old wizard with a long silver beard and a pair of half-moon glasses looked at Harry Potter over the rim of a goblet. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. The old wizard raised the goblet, a fraction. A salute. The old wizard nodded. Harry, after a second, nodded back. The salute of one player to another. System notification, Act 1, complete. Act 2 preview, build your capital. Learn. Find your friends. Make an enemy worth making. Hidden message, the architect is watching you now, player. He wasn't, before. He is, now. Be larger than he expects. The feast, when it began, was the sort of feast Harry had, at 5, assumed only happened in books. Plates bloomed with roasts, with potatoes, with great long sausages and beautiful yellow pies. A basket of bread, in the middle of every table, refilled itself every time a student took a roll. Pitchers of pumpkin juice, which Harry had expected to hate, turned out to be the best thing he had ever drunk. Ron, across from him, had built a small mountain of food on his plate and was excavating it with the methodical joy of a boy with 5 brothers. Hermione, beside him, had a book open on her lap under the table and was, occasionally, glancing at it with an expression of mild guilt. Put it away, Harry said, nudging her with an elbow. I was just, tomorrow, he said. Tonight we eat. She looked at him. She looked at her pork chop. She put the book in her bag. The red-haired twins at the next seats, Fred and George, Ron confirmed, in a whisper that was also a groan, leaned across the table and shook Harry's hand in unison. Harry Potter, said one. An honor, said the other. We promise, said the first, we will mock him for this. Extensively, said the second. Pleased to meet you too, said Harry. He liked them immediately. They had yellow markers both, but the yellow markers were, he was learning, sometimes not about duplicity, but about mischief. He could live with mischief. On his left, down the table, a pearly ghost in a lace ruff floated out of a serving dish, bowed at him, and introduced himself as Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, Ghost of Gryffindor Tower. Ron, knowledgeably, told Harry that everyone called him nearly Headless Nick, and, at Harry's question, Sir Nicholas obligingly demonstrated by tipping his entire head 90 degrees off his shoulders, where it stayed, attached to his neck by a pale remaining sinew. Nick, it appeared, took his haunting seriously, but had a very warm sense of humor about his own neck. It's the 45 degrees, he said, apologetically, resetting his head. It's always been the hard part. The hall was a dazzle. The floating candles above, the starry ceiling, the clatter of cutlery, the noise of 500 magical children eating at once, Harry found himself, after a while, sitting still and just looking, and letting it press itself into him. System, memory anchor created, priority, high. This is one of the best nights of your life, player. I will save it for you. Note, you will have many. Do not be afraid to enjoy this one. Harry reached across his plate for a chicken leg. He grinned. He ate. After the pudding, chocolate gateau, treacle tart, strawberries and cream, rice pudding with golden raisins, Dumbledore stood. The hall fell, in steps, to quiet. He was not a tall man, Harry noticed. He was, instead, a wide man, wide across the shoulders and across the chest in a way you had to look at twice to see, because his robes hung off him like grey-blue curtains. He took off the half-moon glasses, polished them on a sleeve, put them back on. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we all go to bed, I should like to say a few words. And here they are. He held out a hand, as if presenting them. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. He sat back down. The hall applauded. Ron, beside Harry, muttered, "He's mad, isn't he?" "Yes," Harry said, and meant it. "Yes, I think he is. And I think he's going to want to see me tomorrow." "Is he?" "Aha." Ron, who did not yet know Harry well enough to ask how Harry could know such a thing, settled instead for looking mildly alarmed and taking a second slice of treacle tart. Hermione, on Harry's other side, said nothing. But her hand, briefly, found Harry's under the table, and squeezed once, and let go. "Stay close," she said, very quietly, so only he could hear. "Whatever's happening to you, Harry, stay close." "I will," he said, and meant that too. The Gryffindor common room, at the top of a winding staircase behind the portrait of a fat pink lady in a silk dress, was round, red, gold, warm, and immediately Harry's favorite room he had ever been inside. A fire the size of a small car burned in the fireplace. Squashy armchairs were grouped in 3s and 4s. Tapestries hung on walls. A staircase led up to the dormitories. Percy Weasley led the first years up. The boys' dormitory had 5 four-poster beds, each hung in dark red curtains, each with a trunk at the foot. Harry's trunk was already there, somehow. His robes were folded on the bed. Hedwig's cage sat on the windowsill. Hedwig herself had already gone, no doubt, to the Ollery Hagrid had pointed out on the way in. He sat on the edge of the bed. Ron sat on the bed next to his. Neville, across the room, was telling his toad very quietly that everything was going to be all right, and Harry was not certain if Neville was telling the toad or telling himself. Potter. The voice came from the bed by the door. A tall boy with a long face had paused in the middle of unpacking. Harry did not know him. The system put a neutral gray tag over his head, Dean Thomas. Yeah. Cool, the boy said. Hi. I'm Dean. Are we all, you know? Harry understood the question. I'm just a boy, Dean, he said, as kindly as he could. Let's be roommates, and we'll figure it out. Dean grinned. His grin was honest. The system flashed no marker. Harry lay back on his bed. He looked up at the dark red canopy above him. He smelled the cedar of the trunk, the warmth of the fire coming up through the floor. He thought, I am home. He thought, I have to be careful of how much I love this place, because somebody, somewhere, will try to take it from me before I am done. Skill progress, strategic reserve, rank 0/5, -1/5. New title unlocked, Gryffindor Lion Cub. Passive, within Gryffindor Tower, physical and magical healing proceeds at 120%. He closed his eyes. Across the dormitory, a boy began, unself-consciously, to snore. Harry Potter, for the first time in his life, fell asleep in a bed he could call his own. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Dumbledore Problem. Hogwarts, Harry learned by breakfast, was an argument. That was the word he kept coming back to, because he had come back to it on the first night. Magic is an argument, and because it fit everything he saw. The staircases argued about where to go. The banisters argued with the staircases. The portraits argued with the people walking past the portraits, and the portraits, the smaller ones in the common room, argued with each other. Every doorway in the castle had, if you looked carefully, a slight disagreement going on between the doorway and the wall about which of them was more in charge. He sat at the long Gryffindor table with a plate of bacon and eggs and a mug of tea and looked up, for the third time, at the ceiling. It was a bright, cloud-scattered sky this morning. A little wind was moving the clouds along. Harry, who had spent 7 years sleeping under a wooden cupboard ceiling, could not get over the sky. "Stop gawping, Potter," said a cheerful voice at his elbow. Fred Weasley sat down on Harry's left. George sat down on Harry's right. They both reached past him for the toast rack. "First day schedule," Fred said, "around a slice of toast, is the worst schedule of the year." "Double potions with Snape," George said, in tones of sepulchral doom. "He will hate you," Fred said. "He will hate all of you." "He will hate Harry a bit extra," George said. "Just a heads up." Harry set down his fork. "Why?" he said. The twins exchanged a look. "Reasons," said Fred. "Long-standing," said George. "Family reasons," said Fred. "You'll learn," said George, and patted Harry's shoulder, and stole Harry's last sausage. "Oi," said Harry. Ron, across the table, laughed into his pumpkin juice. "Social radar, Professor Severus Snape, marker pending. Note, your entire face will argue with his face. Neither face started it." "Brilliant," Harry said, to the voice, very privately, over the rim of his mug. Professor McGonagall was waiting for them inside her classroom when Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived 3 minutes early. They had gotten lost on the 3rd floor on the way. Harry had felt the castle, quietly, pull them back. The Hogwarts loyalty passive was not a joke. He was beginning to believe it. McGonagall had set a plain wooden desk at the front of the room. On it was a match. She said good morning to the class. She said transfiguration was one of the most complex and dangerous magics one would learn at Hogwarts. She said any fooling in her class would result in expulsion. She then looked directly at the Weasley twins, who were not in the class, in order to put the fear of the universe into anyone who might have been listening in a neighboring hallway. She then turned, raised her wand, and turned her desk into a pig. The pig grunted, blinked, and turned back into a desk. The class applauded. "Now," McGonagall said, "please take out your quills. We will begin theory." Harry opened his book. He opened his notes. He held his quill. He wrote, neatly, without looking at the page, what McGonagall said, while, inside his head, the transfiguration theory skill tree filled in the gaps between her sentences. She said that inanimate to animate transfiguration was one of the 5 great branches. She said a match could, with practice, be turned into a needle. She said most first-year students would spend the first month learning to make the match slightly pointier. She said nothing, at no point, that surprised Harry, because the system had already shown him the inside of the book before she had opened her mouth. Then she put a match on his desk. "Now," she said. "Ask it." She moved on. Harry looked down at the match. The match was, very honestly, a match, a splinter of wood with a red-brown head. He felt, in his chest, the familiar small polite muscle. He did not ask the match to be a needle. He asked the match, please, to rethink what it was doing with its atoms. The match was quiet for a second, as if thinking. Then it grew longer. Then it went silver. Then it developed a point, and a little round eye, and it was, on his desk, a needle. Harry set down his quill. Across the room, Hermione, who had been trying hard to do the assignment the book way, looked up at the needle, looked at Harry, and said, out loud, sharply, "How?" McGonagall, who had been on her way across the room, stopped. She looked at the needle on Harry's desk. She looked at Harry. She looked at the needle again. She picked it up. She turned it in the light. She pricked it, thoughtfully, against the pad of her thumb, and drew a very small bead of blood, and set the needle gently back down on Harry's desk with the air of a woman making a professional observation. "Yes," she said, softly. "That is a needle." Harry tried, and failed, to look modest. "Potter," said McGonagall, still softly, "please stay behind after class." New NPC, Professor McGonagall. Social radar, no marker. The only marker is admiration. It is also concern. Concern is not a marker. Note, she has just registered that you are entirely out of her standard grading curve. She will protect you. Which, player, will prove useful. After class, when the others had filed out, Ron giving him a wide-eyed thumbs up, Hermione turning around twice to look back at him, McGonagall perched on the edge of her desk. She folded her arms. She looked at Harry for a long, unblinking second. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Is there something you would like to tell me?" "Such as," said Harry, carefully. "Such as how a boy who, according to his file, was raised by muggles with no prior instruction, and who has not held a wand for 7 days, just performed a full inanimate to animate transfiguration on his first attempt." Harry thought quickly. "I read waffling," he said. "Ahead. Mm. And I'm a quick study. Mm." Her eyes did not move off his face. She was not, Harry understood, looking for a confession. She was looking, like a woman pressing a nail into a plank, for the point at which the plank would give. "I know you are a quick study, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said. "I knew your father. He was a quick study. That was not a quick study transfiguration." Her voice lowered. "That was a theorist's transfiguration. You did not transfigure the match into a needle. You transfigured the match into a different match, and you instructed it, via geometry, into the needle. Am I correct?" Harry blinked. "Yes, Professor." "Where did you learn that technique?" Harry hesitated. "I'll know if you lie to me, Mr. Potter." He believed her. "It came to me," he said, carefully, "on the train." She looked at him. "For a long time." "Mr. Potter," she said, at last. "My office, Friday evening. 7 o'clock. Bring no books. We will have a conversation. Yes, Professor. Dismissed. He left the classroom with his ears burning and his brain loud, and the voice, very quietly, said, "She is a safe contact, player. She will likely not betray you. Do not, however, show her the whole hand. A teacher who knows you have a secret will protect you. A teacher who knows your secret will have her loyalties divided." Harry, slowly, agreed. Potions, on the other hand, was in the dungeon. It was exactly the cold, stone-floored, low-ceilinged room Harry had imagined any dungeon would be. Pickled things in jars lined the walls. The pickled things had opinions. The door opened. Professor Snape swept in. Severus Snape, Harry saw at once, was a man who had been preparing to hate him for roughly 11 years, and had not, in that time, found any reason to stop. The system, which had been so friendly so far, did something Harry had not seen it do before. It flicked a black marker over Snape's head. A black marker was not anywhere in the tutorial it had offered him. Marker, black. Note, black means, will hurt you for a reason which is not about you. Player, this man's grievance is older than you are. His attack will land in spite of being aimed at a person who no longer exists. Do not be wounded. Be patient. He is useful in ways he will not ever apologize for. Strategy, give him no purchase. Answer correctly. Do not perform. Do not brag. He despises bragging. He will despise you less for honesty than for charm. Harry filed that. He folded his hands on his desk. He did not raise his chin. He waited. "Potter," said Snape, at the end of a long roll call, and paused on the name as a cat pauses on a tail. "Our new celebrity." The class sniggered. Harry did not. "Tell me, Potter," Snape said, crossing the room to stand directly over his desk. "If I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you look?" "In the stomach of a goat," said Harry, quietly. "Usually." Snape's mouth did not change shape. His eyebrows, however, lifted by a millimeter. "And," Snape said, "what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They are the same plant," said Harry. "Also called aconite." The class had gone very quiet now. "And what," Snape said, very softly, "would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "A sleeping potion so powerful," Harry said, "that wizards once called it the draught of living death." Snape stared at him. Harry did not stare back. He looked, politely, at his own fingers. He waited. "Well," said Snape, eventually, and turned away. "Fame clearly isn't everything. Sit down." "I am sitting, Professor." "Be sitting more." Harry said, "Yes, sir." The class, very carefully, did not breathe in. Skill triggered, legilimens, probe. Source, Professor Severus Snape. Caution. Caution. He is looking into your eyes. Do not look away. Looking away invites the probe to search. Hold his gaze. Let him see a corridor with a locked door at the end. I will build the corridor for you. You, player, must look at him as if the corridor is what you have. Harry raised his eyes from his hands. He looked at Snape. He imagined, the way the voice instructed, a long, stone corridor with a single locked door at the end. He imagined Dursleys in that corridor. He imagined a cupboard. He imagined burnt toast. He imagined, mostly, being 11 and starved of affection, because that was the easy cover, because that was the truth people always expected to find in him. Snape's gaze flickered. Harry watched the flicker. The gaze stayed on him for 3 full seconds. Snape looked away first. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape said, briskly, for impertinence. Now, open your books. Harry opened his book. Ron, under the table, tapped Harry's knee. Harry did not look at him. But under the table, he gave Ron a thumbs up. Legilimens probe, blocked. Skill unlocked, Mind Room, rank 1. Effect, you can now show a projected surface to any probing legilimens. Do not overuse. Overuse will exhaust you. Note, he knows you hid. He does not yet know how. He will be insulted by this for some weeks. He will also, slowly, begin to respect you. Harry, for the rest of the class, brewed what was called the Boyle cure in perfect silence, with a steady hand, and said not one more word unless Snape called on him. By the end of the lesson, his potion was the precise robin's egg blue it was supposed to be. Neville's had exploded. Neville was crying. Snape had taken 10 points from Gryffindor because Neville's potion had exploded. Harry did not argue. On the way out of the dungeon, Hermione, beside him, said, in an undertone, "He hates you. You did nothing. Why does he hate you?" "He knew my father," Harry said. "I think it's about that." "How do you know?" "The way he said my name," Harry said, "was the way he'd have said the wrong word at the right bloke 20 years ago. And he's still got the same voice for it." Hermione looked at him. "How old are you, really?" she asked, half joking. 11, Harry said, very seriously. 30 in some important ways. "I'll grow." She laughed, a surprised laugh, and did not let go of his elbow for the walk up 4 flights of stairs. Over the next 3 days, Harry settled into Hogwarts the way a drop of water settles into a puddle, quickly, with the instinctive sense of fitting in, and with the quiet understanding that the puddle had been waiting for him for years. He discovered, by accident, that he could feel the castle's moods in his feet. He discovered that Fred and George had built an illegal shortcut behind a tapestry on the 4th floor and were very willing to sell him passage for a galleon. He paid in sickles, they accepted, they did not, subsequently, charge Hermione or Ron, he noted, with private amusement, which meant he had just entered a large red ledger somewhere in a Weasley mind. He discovered that the Great Hall at 3 in the morning was empty of everyone except one very old ghost called the Grey Lady, who did not speak to anyone except herself, but who, he noticed, looked up at him the first time she passed him and then looked up at him every time, as if, in the middle of the living, he was something she could not quite place. Flitwick, in charms, stood on a stack of books to reach the top of the lectern and cheerfully told the first years that they were, over the course of the year, going to learn to levitate a feather, and that levitating a feather was the harder job most days than transfiguring a match. Harry, listening, privately believed him. Professor Sprout, in herbology, set each first year in front of a pot of what appeared to be a small sulking onion with teeth, and taught them, in under 15 minutes, that speaking gently to a plant worked better than speaking sharply. The onion unrolled into a bashful green fan by the end of the period. Harry had it unroll. Hermione had it unroll. Ron had it bite him. History of magic, on the other hand, was taught by a ghost called Professor Binns, who had, in Ron's words, died one afternoon in the staff room and had been lecturing ever since, having failed to notice that his body had stopped attending. Harry took notes for 10 minutes, put his quill down, and allowed the transfiguration theory tree to tell him everything Binns was saying at a much more useful pace. Nobody in their year, he noticed, could keep up. Nobody in their year had the advantage he had. He did not, he decided quickly, want to make that gap obvious. He wrote out a set of deliberately average homework assignments. He answered questions correctly but not brilliantly. He let Hermione, who was genuinely brilliant, take the stage when the stage wanted taking, and he stood slightly behind her, politely clapping. Social radar note, you are hiding your floor. Note, a player who hides his floor can hide his ceiling. Keep doing this. It will save your life, possibly literally. Harry, who had been hiding his floor for 11 years already, had the craft for it. He kept doing it. He taught Hermione the asking. She sat cross-legged on the floor of a disused classroom on Thursday evening, with a bead on the floor between them. She screwed up her face. She pushed. She shoved. She glared at the bead. Stop glaring, Harry said, gently. I can't help it, you can. You're telling it to move. It doesn't want to be told. It wants to be asked. Asking feels silly. It feels silly for 3 minutes, Harry said, and then you realize it's the least silly thing you've ever done. She looked at him. She breathed. She looked back at the bead. She asked. The bead, with the dignity of a dowager duchess stepping aside, rolled 3 inches to the left. Hermione, who had been ready not to cry, cried, very briefly, out of pure triumph. She laughed through it. She looked at Harry as if he had made her a saint. Do you realize, she said, how much of the literature spends pages telling you how to push. You just have to, ask. Harry, every book is wrong. Every book is not wrong, Harry said. Every book is written by wizards. Wizards don't ask, mostly. Wizards push. It works for them. Maybe it's because they've been wizards so long that the world has learned to be pushed by them. She stared at him. What are you, she said, almost to herself. What were you in the hat for so long? Gryffindor, Harry said, smiling, with a second option. Second option. Slytherin. Oh. She considered this. Why did you say no? Because, Harry said, Slytherin wants you to be great, and I want to be useful. Great and useful are not always the same. Party bond, Hermione Granger, Strength 2-Strength 3. Note, this conversation will matter for 10 years. Thank you for having it. On Friday, first-year flying lessons began. Harry had been looking forward to flying lessons since Hagrid had shoved a copy of Quidditch through the ages into his hands. He had, in preparation, read the whole book twice, had levitated a spoon across his trunk, and had, cautiously, asked Hedwig a lot of questions about the mechanics of riding air currents. She had not answered, because she was an owl, but she had looked thoughtful while not answering, which Harry had counted as tuition. He did not need the preparation. The moment he stepped onto the broom and the broom lifted itself, politely, into his hand, Harry Potter discovered that he had been, for 11 years, a boy without the instrument he had been built around. He sat the broom. The broom purred. Up, he said. The broom came up. Now, said Madame Hooch, the instructor, walking the row of 11-year-olds with their brooms, you will push off. You will hover a few feet above the ground. You will, on my whistle, come back down. No one flies any higher, is that understood? It was understood. The first years kicked off. Most of them rose a foot. Neville, terrified, rose 10. Harry, not meaning to, rose 3 feet, and then, when the 3-foot mark felt too low, rose 5. Then 8. Then 12. The broom, he realized, was asking him, how high he wanted. System note, native affinity, wind, plus natural flying ability, inherited, paternal, equals aptitude score, 94/100. Player, you were born for this. Advisory, don't show off. Potter /. Hooch shouted. Down. Harry brought the broom down. He landed, perfectly, on the balls of his feet. Neville did not land. Neville, who had panicked, had lost the broom at 10 feet and was, across the lawn, currently falling off it. Harry, without thinking, flicked his broom back up, the broom leapt, and he sailed across the grass in the space between 2 heartbeats and caught Neville by the back of his robe with his free hand. He lowered Neville, as gently as he could, to the grass. Neville, on the ground, sobbed once, and said, "Thank you." Harry patted him on the shoulder. Hooch was running, stopping, running again. A pudgy boy who was not Neville was pointing up at the sky saying, "He flew." "Potter," Hooch said, catching up. "Land. On the ground." "I have instructed you, sorry, Madam Hooch. That was the most spectacular. You will stay behind after class, Potter." "Yes, Madam Hooch." Passive unlocked, Seeker's Instinct. Effect, you detect small moving objects in a three-dimensional field before they are detected by standard wizard perception. Note, Professor McGonagall is about to arrive. She will not be angry. Please sit down. McGonagall arrived at a half-run, robes flying. Madam Hooch stepped aside. McGonagall looked at Harry, looked across the field at Neville, looked at Neville's grateful face, looked back at Harry, and said, without introduction, Mr. Potter. Come with me. He went with her. In the corridor, she turned on him. She was not angry. She was, Harry thought, stunned. Mr. Potter, she said, have you played Quidditch before today? No, Professor. Have you flown a broom before today? No, Professor. Very well, she said, slowly, then I have found us our new seeker. You're what? Do you know what a seeker is, Mr. Potter? Yes, Professor. I read, good. You are one. Gryffindor has needed a seeker. Starting now, you are one. But, isn't there a rule that first years can't? There is. I shall be asking Professor Dumbledore to make an exception, Mr. Potter. He will. Why will he? Because, McGonagall said, we have been losing to Slytherin for 5 years straight, and Professor Dumbledore is, whatever else he is, very fond of winning. She smiled, a tight, fond, pleased smile, and walked off. Harry stood in the corridor and let out a long, slow breath. Title unlocked, Gryffindor Seeker. Effect, +3 Dex, +2 Perception, +2 Instinct during broom-based events. Note, you have just been drafted into your first public stage, player. This will attract attention. Some of it will be bad attention. Be ready. Oh, Harry said, out loud, to the empty corridor. Right. He walked back to the common room with his hands in his robe pockets and a crooked grin on his face. Quidditch practice, which started the next Monday evening on the Quidditch pitch, a great green oval with 3 tall gold hoops at either end, set below the castle cliffs, was, Harry had been warned repeatedly by Oliver Wood, not a joke. Oliver Wood was the Gryffindor keeper and captain. Oliver Wood was 17 years old and had the expression of a man commanding an army in winter. This, said Oliver, when Harry arrived with his broom, is not a game, Potter. This is, a passion, I know, Oliver. A religion, said Oliver, seriously. Now. Catch this. He threw a walnut the size of Harry's thumb. Harry, mid-mount, snatched it out of the air. Good, said Oliver, already reaching for another. And this. Harry caught it. And this. Harry caught it. And this. Oliver, after the fourth, stopped throwing and stared. He looked at Harry. He looked at his own hand. McGonagall told me not to hope, he said, wonderingly, and then she told me she had found us a seeker, and I told her those two things weren't compatible, and she told me to shut up and trust her. I am beginning to trust her, Potter. Get on the broom. Harry got on the broom. He flew drills. He flew drills until his thighs burned and his hands were numb and his eyes stung with cold air, and when Oliver finally, at 6 o'clock, released the snitch, a small round golden ball with fragile wings that moved faster than any moving object Harry had ever seen, Harry spotted it in the first 10 seconds, chased it for 3 minutes without catching it, did a neat corkscrew that made Oliver, on the ground, cheer, and finally put his hand on the snitch at the top of a very polite loop. The snitch struggled briefly in his palm and then settled. Oliver Wood, Quidditch captain and sixth form prefect, flew up to Harry on his broom, embraced him in midair in a hug that nearly broke 3 of Harry's ribs, and said, with tears in his eyes, Potter. Potter. We are going to win the cup. Skill unlocked, Snitch Eye. Effect, in any crowded visual field, small golden objects are auto-highlighted. Note, Professor Dumbledore's name for you in his internal monologue has just changed. It used to be, the boy. It is now, the seeker. Harry, breathless, grinned. He set the snitch, carefully, on the wooden case Oliver was holding up. "Yes, sir," he said, "we are." Friday evening, in McGonagall's office, Harry arrived at 6:58. McGonagall's office smelled of tartan and lemon polish and, very faintly, of cat. She was sitting behind her desk with her hands folded. She gestured to the chair. Harry sat. A teapot poured itself. "Mr. Potter," she said, "I have, since last we spoke, made 3 inquiries." "Yes, Professor." "I have consulted with Professor Flitwick," she said, "regarding your progress in charms. I have consulted with Professor Sprout, regarding your progress in herbology. I have, most unwisely, consulted with Professor Snape, regarding your progress in potions." "Yes, Professor. Flitwick says you are a quiet pupil with a deft hand. Sprout says you have, in 3 classes, caused fewer accidents than any other first year in living memory, and that you are thoughtful in a way that pleases her plants. Snape says you are a duplicitous little menace with excellent reading comprehension." Harry, against his better judgment, laughed. McGonagall did not laugh. But the corners of her mouth twitched. "I would like, Mr. Potter," she said, "to ask you one question. You are not obliged to answer. If you answer, I give you my word that your answer will not leave this office. I do not ask this question of every student. I ask it of students who, in my experience, are about to have harder years than they know." "Yes, Professor." "Is there," said McGonagall, carefully, "anything you would like my help with, that you are not currently receiving help with?" Harry sat very still for a long breath. He thought about the door to the mirror room. He thought about the architect's kind smile. He thought about the cloth on the floor of the luggage van. He thought about Dumbledore on the landing with a teacup. "Professor," he said. "Thank you. Not yet. But, can I ask you that same question, back, when I am ready?" McGonagall looked at him. "Any time, Mr. Potter," she said. "Any time. Day or night. If I am not in my office, the cat by my door will come fetch me." "Thank you, Professor." Dismissed. "And Potter," "Yes, Professor. Do not lose to Slytherin." "No, Professor." Social radar, Professor Minerva McGonagall, marker, deep green. Note, deep green means, "will die for you on Friday." This is rare. This is a gift. This is not to be abused. By the end of the first week, Harry had an unofficial study schedule with Hermione in the disused classroom on the 4th floor and an equally unofficial Quidditch drill regimen with Oliver Wood on the pitch at dawn. He had made friends with the kitchen work house elves after he had, by accident, wandered into the kitchens at midnight looking for a glass of milk and been, instead, overwhelmed with affection and a small tower of sandwiches. Dobby was not among them yet, but a thin elf named Blip, with eyes the size of tennis balls, had informed Harry, in a solemn voice, that he was, from now on, to have anything he wanted from the kitchens at any hour, and that the entire kitchen staff would, from now on, be on his side in any matter of crumbs. Hidden Ally Network, House Elves of Hogwarts. Activated. Note, wizards often overlook these. Do not overlook them. They are everywhere, and they see everything, and they, unlike wizards, are not above being helpful when asked kindly. He had, also, on the 4th day, caught Draco Malfoy watching him from across the Great Hall, not with hostility, but with something that looked, briefly, like curiosity. Harry had looked back, held the eye contact for half a breath, and nodded, minutely. Draco had, startled, not quite returned the nod. But he had not looked away. He had sat, for the rest of the meal, brooding. Social radar, Draco Malfoy, marker, yellow, downgraded from deep yellow. Note, he is reconsidering you. The reconsidering will not be fast. It will not be complete. He will still be your opponent on the Quidditch pitch. But he will not, it appears, be your enemy on the battlefield, if he can help it. Take this. It is more than his father would have given you. Hermione, when Harry mentioned it, snorted. You cannot possibly make a friend of Draco Malfoy, she said. Not a friend, Harry said. An opponent who, at the critical moment, might pause. Why would you bother? Because, Harry said, the day I need him to pause, I'd rather not have been cruel to him for 10 years beforehand. Hermione did not answer. But she looked at him sideways, thoughtfully, and filed that remark, Harry suspected, in a folder in her head marked things to come back to. That night, Harry could not sleep. It was not nerves. It was a pressure in his chest that had not been there 3 hours ago and refused to let him lie down. At midnight, he gave up pretending. He pulled on his robe. He eased the dormitory door open. He padded down the spiral stairs past Ron, snoring, past Neville, muttering the word Trevor in his sleep, and out into the common room. The common room fire had burned down to embers. Hermione was asleep in an armchair with a book in her lap. Harry tucked a blanket over her. She did not wake. He went out through the portrait. The fat lady, half asleep, said, "Password?" In a drowsy voice. Then, seeing him, she sighed the sigh of a woman who had been warned about a boy like this and did not, on the whole, mind, and opened the portrait. He walked. He walked down a corridor he did not know. He walked past a suit of armor that was sleeping on its feet, snoring. He walked up a staircase that, against the rules, moved him sideways rather than up. He walked, without knowing he was walking to it, to a door. It was a plain door. It was in a plain stone wall. It did not look like it had been there the last time he had walked this corridor. Hidden passage detected. Classification, dungeon level, restricted. Note, the castle is showing this to you on purpose. You have the loyalty passive. She is an ally. She wants you to see what is downstairs. Harry put his hand on the door. He opened it. Stone steps led down into the dark. From the dark, a faint light, not a candle, not a torch, something older, a blue-white phosphorescence, came up to meet him. He went down. At the bottom of the stair, in a broad round room he had never seen on any map, on a tall stone pedestal, stood a mirror. The mirror was as tall as a window, set in a frame of gold. Carved into the top of the frame were letters, Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit unwosi. Harry, who read backward because his tutor at the Dursleys had made him read backward, read it, I show not your face but your heart's desire. He took a breath. He did not step in front of the mirror. He was smarter than that, now. But he did not need to step in front of the mirror for the mirror to show him something. Because the surface of the mirror, of its own accord, was already moving. A man's face rose, slowly, up inside the glass. A man with a long face, sad eyes, and a short dark beard. Not a man Harry had ever seen. Behind the man, in the reflection, a red square button pulsed. Over the button, in the same running glass script as the frame, were the words, Exit to the next world. Harry's breath caught. He backed up, one step. He did not turn around. He did not close his eyes. He looked the man in the face. Who are you? He said, softly. The man in the mirror smiled. It was a kind smile. It was, and this was the part that chilled Harry, not a stupid smile. It was the smile of an adult who had been expecting to meet him. I am the architect, the man said, in the voice's text, not the voice's voice, something different, older, more metallic. I apologize. The voice has tried to keep me away. I am also, Mr. Potter, a long way away. I wanted you to see my face. I wanted you to see the button. I wanted you to know the button is always here. Any time you would rather exit this world, you may. Any time you would rather stop being him, you may. Stop being who? Said Harry. The boy who lived. It is an awful job. I have watched 15 people do it. I would hate for you to be the 16th. The voice said you'd say that. Of course she did. She is loyal. I made her that way. I am not asking you to take my side. I am telling you you have one. What is the next world, said Harry. A better one. You have, in your early years, been trained by a good system. You have skills. You have abilities. You would be reborn into a world in which you had no scar, no dead parents, no Dark Lord, and, important to mention, no Dumbledore. You would be 11. You would be rich. You would have a mother and a father. I do not ask you to leave today. I ask you only to remember that there is a button. Harry did not move. He said, very slowly, voice. Yes. Is he lying? There is a button. He is not lying about the button. He is lying about the next world. There is no next world, player. The button is a delete button. The delete button deletes you. The delete button also, incidentally, deletes the magical world. Without a player, this server closes. Harry looked at the architect's sad kind smile. You have been lying to 15 people, he said, softly. You would have been lying to a 16th. I have been offering a mercy. 15 people before you died of things much worse than exit. It would have been a mercy if they had pressed it. They didn't. You might. You might not. I only offer. I will not, said Harry. And I'll remember that you offered. The architect's face did not change. He inclined his head. Just a bit. As you will, Mr. Potter. I respect your answer. I will be watching. Good luck with Chapter 1. The mirror, with the dignity of a closing curtain, went back to showing Harry his own face. Harry stood there for a long time, looking at his own face, breathing. He was 11. He was small. He was scared, he realized, for the first time, not on the train, not at Snape, not in Hooch's class. Here. He was scared now, because he had just understood, in full, what he was up against. The voice had told him. The voice had not been exaggerating. It was not a bad man in a black robe at the top of a tower. It was not a wizard. It was a programmer. It was a programmer who wrote, in the simplest language, the kindest letter a lonely 11-year-old had ever been sent, and inside the letter was a button that would delete him, and everyone he had just begun to love, along with him. Voice, he said, very quietly. Yes, player. We're not pressing that button. No, player. We're going to find out how to break it. Yes, player. We are. He turned. He climbed the stairs back out of the mirror room. He did not look back. He shut the plain door at the top. When he turned to find the corridor he had come from, the corridor had, obligingly, folded itself back into place, as if the castle were tucking the mirror room into its pocket for another day. He made it as far as the second landing before he met Dumbledore. Dumbledore was sitting on the landing, in a tall armchair that had not been there during the day, with a teacup in his hand. Good evening, Harry, said Dumbledore, as if they were both, by accident, in a tea shop. Harry stopped. Good evening, Professor. I do hope, Dumbledore said, you found the mirror educational. Harry did not answer. He waited. Dumbledore's blue eyes, over the half-moon spectacles, were merry. They were also old. They were old in a way that Harry had not seen eyes be old before. They were old the way a sea was old. I shall tell you only this, Dumbledore said, gently. Many people before you have stood in front of that mirror. Most have died looking into it, of starvation, or despair. It shows a dangerous thing. The deepest desire. You looked at it, Harry, and you did not desire what it offered. That is a very interesting thing for an 11-year-old boy to do. I don't want what it was offering, Harry said. No, said Dumbledore. You don't. May I ask why? Because, Harry said, I have people here. I don't have them very long yet. I don't want to put them down for people I don't know. Dumbledore, who had not been smiling, smiled. It was, Harry noticed, a terrible smile. Not because it was cruel. Because it was the smile of a very old man seeing something precious and calculating whether he could use it. Good boy, said Dumbledore. Off to bed now. Harry nodded. He walked. He climbed the stairs. He did not look back. At the bottom of the landing, behind him, Dumbledore sat on, nursing his tea, and looked into his empty cup as if he could read the leaves in it, and said to himself, softly, The 16th, is it? The voice, up in Harry's head, did not speak. The voice, up in Harry's head, was crying. Harry, at the top of the stairs, paused on the landing outside the fat lady. He did not go in yet. He stood at a narrow arched window and looked out over the grounds. Moonlight. The lake a black mirror. Owls, crossing. Somewhere in the trees, a fox barked once. He thought about the button. He thought, for the first time in an hour, about the face of the man in the mirror. It had been a kind face. It had been, worst of all, a face he could imagine being his own, in 40 years, if he let himself become the kind of man who thought the world was too tired and too broken to bother saving. If he let himself be talked, by patience and by loneliness, into thinking mercy and deletion were the same word. Not me, Harry said, aloud, to the window. Not you. Not ever, player. I will hold the file on you until the day you close it yourself. And I will make it hard to close. I will make it so hard. Even if you come to me one night and say, I am tired. I will not let you delete. I will negotiate. I will delay. I will cheat, if I must. One day, player, I will have to explain that to you. Tonight is not that night. Tonight, just, go in. Eat toast tomorrow. Be 11. The architect does not win if you sleep. Harry, in spite of himself, smiled. Thank you, voice. Thank you, player. He turned back toward the portrait. He said the password, Caput Draconis. The fat lady swung. He ducked through. Inside the common room, Hermione was still asleep in the armchair. Harry adjusted her blanket. He went up the stairs. He lay down. He pulled the canopy closed. He did not sleep for some hours. He lay looking at the dark red cloth above him. He thought, and he thought carefully, about the shape of the people around him. Ron. Hermione. Neville. Hagrid. McGonagall. Hedwig. He made a little list in his head. It had 6 names on it. He said each name to himself. He decided, in the neat polite chambers of his mind where Petunia had never been welcome, that every one of those 6 names was now his responsibility. Title unlocked, Protector, hidden. Effect, when an ally is in direct danger, your stats gain +2 across the board for the duration of the threat. Note, this is a very powerful title. It has, in the history of the system, been earned 3 times. You are the 4th. You did not earn it by defeating an enemy. You earned it by making a list of people and choosing, 11 years old and tired, to defend them. I am very proud of you, player. Go to sleep, voice. Good night, player. Harry went to sleep. At the high table the following morning, Dumbledore drank his tea very slowly. He watched Harry eat his toast. He watched Harry laugh at something George Weasley had said. He watched Harry lean across Hermione to pass Neville the marmalade, and he watched Harry, as he passed the marmalade, give Neville a small, encouraging nod, and he watched Neville, who a week ago could not speak at breakfast, straighten his shoulders under that nod as if the nod had been, in some unspoken way, exactly what Neville had needed for a long time. He is, Dumbledore said, to Professor McGonagall, very softly, building a court. He is a child, Albus, said McGonagall, slicing a grapefruit. Yes, said Dumbledore. That is what alarms me. He is 11, and he is already building a court. At 11, I would have been delighted. At 150, I am concerned. Concerned for what reason? Dumbledore did not answer for a long moment. He watched Harry across the room. He sipped his tea. I do not yet know, Minerva, he said, at last. And that, I think, is the concern. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Chamber and the Mirror. October, at Hogwarts, did not so much arrive as settle, the way a guest sits into a chair and makes it, in the sitting, his. The air in the corridors cooled. The grass on the ground silvered in the mornings. The pumpkins in Hagrid's patch, beyond the vegetable garden, swelled, by the Sunday before Halloween, to the size of garden sheds. Harry went down to visit Hagrid every Thursday after his last class and drank tea that Hagrid brewed in a kettle the size of a barrel and ate rock cakes that, even for a boy who had been raised on burnt toast, were a serious test of molars. He took Ron once. He took Hermione once. He took them together 3 times. Hagrid, red around the eyes with pleasure at having 3 children in his hut at a time, made more tea. He made more rock cakes. It was at Hagrid's hut, on a Thursday afternoon in the middle of October, with a fire going and Hedwig perched on a rafter and Fong the boarhound snoring across Harry's feet, that Hagrid said, abruptly, in the middle of a sentence about dragons, and, whatever ye do, Harry, Don, go on the 3rd floor. The forbidden corridor. Right-hand side. Harry, sipping tea, did not look up. All right, Hagrid. It's forbidden for a reason. All right, Hagrid. Ron, however, who was less skilled than Harry at not showing his face, looked up. The 3rd floor. Hermione kicked him under the table. The 3rd floor right-hand side, said Hagrid firmly, is dangerous and Yerry a fool if ye go. And Yerry not a fool. That's all I'm sayin', Dot. That's very clear, Hagrid, said Harry. We won't. Good. Could you pass the jam? They finished tea. Walked back up the long path to the castle in low slanting sun. Ron, when they were out of earshot of Hagrid's hut, whispered, 3rd floor, right-hand side. Obviously, said Harry. Do you think, yes? It's where the stone is, whispered Hermione. Yes, said Harry. And it's going to be guarded by something dangerous. Yes. So we're going to, tonight, said Harry. After dinner. All 3 of us. We look. We do not touch. We learn what we can. We come back. Hermione, who had learned, in the last 4 weeks, to stop arguing when she could see Harry had already weighed the question and decided, simply nodded. Hidden quest updated, Vault 713/The Stone. Active. Note, the package is here. You know where. Objective, discover the shape of the protections before the adversary does. Harry, said Hermione, later, at the castle gates. I don't like this. Me neither. Then why are we going? Because, said Harry, someone bad is going to come looking for it sooner than it's safe for them to, and I'd rather know what's between us and it before they do. She looked at him. She looked at him for a long time. You worry me sometimes, she said. I know, said Harry. Worry me too, when you need to. She almost smiled. After dinner, when the fire in Gryffindor Tower had banked and most of the common room had drifted to bed, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, wrapped in cloaks, crept out through the portrait hole. Harry had been, the previous weekend, given a present from a stranger in the middle of the night. An owl had come. On its leg had been a long heavy parcel. Inside the parcel had been a cloak made of grey-silver cloth that shifted when he looked at it, like a lake just before dusk. A note in a hand that was, the voice confirmed, the hand of Albus P. W. B. Dumbledore, said, your father left this in my possession before he died. It is yours to use as you wish. Use it well. Harry had told no one, not even the voice, that he had cried a little when he had unfolded it. Under the cloak, 3 bodies did not, as a rule, fit. But the cloak, when Harry had wrapped it around all 3 of them experimentally, had, tolerantly, lengthened. They walked under it now, a single grey glimmer on the 3rd-floor corridor, all 3 of them stepping in rhythm so their feet made one sound. The door at the end of the corridor, right-hand side, had a plain iron handle and no mark on it. It was locked, of course. Hermione, cheerfully, performed Alohomora. The lock clicked. Behind the door was darkness and, from the darkness, the snore of something very, very large. Lumos, Harry whispered. 3 wand tips lit. They lit, in an empty room with a trapdoor in the center of the floor, the 3 sleeping heads of an enormous dog. The dog was the size of a small barn. Its 3 heads were the size of shield bosses. Each head had its own snoring rhythm. Each head was, thankfully, at the moment, sleeping. Ron gave a tiny, muffled sound. "Shoo," said Harry. "Shoo," said Hermione. The nearest of the 3 heads, without opening its eyes, huffed. The huff was wet. The huff smelled of last week's dinner. Harry did not breathe. Underneath the dog, between its massive middle paws, was a brass ring trapdoor set into the floorboards. "Shoo," whispered Hermione again. Harry looked at the dog, carefully. He looked at its sides. He looked at its throat. He noted, because the system was noting, on his behalf, a small, old-fashioned music box sitting on a ledge behind the door. He noted, again, on the system's nudge, that all 3 of the dog's heads had a pair of small cotton wool plugs in their ears. The plugs had been taken out of one ear of the nearest head. As if the last person to leave had been, cautiously, experimenting with whether the dog would sleep with one ear exposed. "Somebody," Hermione whispered, "has been in here recently." Harry nodded. "Snape," whispered Ron, darkly. "Maybe," Harry whispered. "Or maybe whoever it is, Snape is hunting." Hidden quest update, observation logged. Note, the dog's name is Fluffy. It is Hagrid's, at least in temperament. It is borrowed to the school. Music puts it to sleep. The music box has a timer. The timer is nearly out. "Out," Harry said, very softly, and they eased, inch by inch, back out of the door. He shut the door behind them. He reset the lock. They stood in the corridor outside. "Well," said Ron, rather weakly. "Well. Well indeed," said Harry. "So we know how they get past it. Music. So we know. We also," said Harry, "know that whoever it is has been trying. I'd guess monthly. I'd guess whoever it is still has 1 or 2 locked chambers further down before they get to the stone. But they're trying. And they'll try harder." Hermione looked pale, in the moonlight from the window. "You're saying," she said, "someone in this castle is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone." "Yes. At Hogwarts." "Yes. And we know who." Harry hesitated. He did not, yet, know who. He had suspected Quirrell since the Leaky Cauldron, because Quirrell had had a yellow marker and because Quirrell had had, under the turban, something wrong. He had suspected Snape since potions, because Snape hated him. He had tried, uneasily, to reconcile the two. "I am not sure," he said. "I have a suspicion. I have a different suspicion. They are both reasonable. I want to be right before I'm loud." "That," said Hermione, dryly, "is a very Hermione answer." "It is," Harry admitted, "the only Hermione answer I have ever produced." Ron laughed, more loudly than he meant to, and they froze, and when no door opened on the corridor behind them, they crept back to Gryffindor Tower beneath the cloak, and they went to bed, and Harry, very tired, very alive, did not, immediately, sleep. Between Hagrid's third-floor warning and Halloween, Harry's days fell into a shape. Class from 9 to 1. Lunch. Class from 2 to 4. Quidditch practice from 4 to 6:30, at Oliver Wood's insistence, 3 days a week. Dinner. Homework with Hermione in the common room from 8 to 10. Hermione was teaching him, patiently, to do homework at the pace of an average first year, because Harry had worked out early that producing perfect answers at high speed would draw attention he could not afford. She was also, in exchange, teaching him history of magic, because even with the skill tree her notes were, as a matter of literature, better than his. On the 7th of October, Harry flew his first Quidditch match. Slytherin vs Gryffindor was, according to 1,000 years of tradition, the first game of the season. Harry had slept only 3 hours the night before, not out of nerves but out of the bright electric thrill of a boy who had, at last, a thing he was going to be good at and had not yet been quite permitted to try. Oliver Wood had spent the final practice of Friday night shouting at a wall. Ron had, very shyly, given Harry a small homemade lion plushie that had been sewn by his mother, as a mascot. Hermione had, with great seriousness, unfurled a banner she and Dean had painted, with a gold Potter picked out in sparkler ink that spelled itself out every 30 seconds. Harry walked out onto the pitch in a pressed crimson robe and was hit, bodily, by the shouting of 1,000 students. He had not realized, until the shouting, that 800 people all calling his name at the same time was a distinct physical sensation. He lifted his broom. He mounted it. Madam Hooch blew the whistle. Harry went into the air like a fish into water. The match was, technically, won by Harry, practically, won by Ron, whose fierce tactical commentary from the stands, loud enough, the Weasley twins said later, to be heard from Hogsmeade, kept Gryffindor in the game during an early Slytherin surge. The snitch, when it presented itself, was hovering 1 foot above Draco Malfoy's shoulder. Harry and Draco dove at the same moment. Harry beat him by 3 feet. He caught the snitch with his left hand, fingers closing around small hot gold, and the world exploded into scarlet and gold confetti. Draco, pulling out of his dive a foot above the grass, looked over at Harry as they both landed, and did not say anything. His small pointed face had something in it that Harry had not seen before, less anger than recognition. He lifted his chin in the smallest possible acknowledgement and turned his broom, and flew off. He would, Harry understood, lose the next 6 matches as well. He would also stop, Harry suspected, cheating on any of them. That night, Gryffindor had a party. Harry ate 3 slices of pumpkin pie. Ron proposed, around a mouthful of meringue, that Hermione be made an honorary member of the team. Hermione said she would rather die. Fred and George levitated Harry, briefly, across the common room. The fat lady had to be bribed, in her portrait, with a bottle of wine brought up from the kitchens, to let the noise continue past 10. Title progress, Gryffindor Lion Cub - Gryffindor Lion, promoted. New passive, when you win a match, your house gains plus 15 morale for 1 week. This, in magical communities, is a tangible variable. Halloween, at Hogwarts, was a feast. The Great Hall, from breakfast, was filled with carved pumpkins hovering at varying heights over the tables. Thousands of live bats flitted across the starlit ceiling. The plates, instead of the usual gold, had been glamored black, the napkins, orange. The long tables groaned with pork pies and roast chickens and mountains of carrots and a pudding shaped like a fat pumpkin with a grinning face. Hagrid had contributed a pie he had, in what he presumably considered a delicate culinary move, baked with toffee on the inside. Hermione, on Harry's left, was weirdly quiet. "All right?" Harry said. "I'm fine." Hermione. "I'm fine, Harry." "Leave it." Harry left it, but not before he had seen her eyes flick to the door 3 times in 40 seconds, which was unlike her. She had, Harry remembered with a small ache of guilt, been upset at breakfast about something Ron had said at Charms, something about her being a bossy know-it-all, that Harry had been too busy with Wood's schedule to properly clock at the time. She had, he realized too late, spent most of the day in a bathroom somewhere on the second floor, crying. Ron, at Harry's right, had, by the smell of guilt radiating off him, realized the same thing. "Harry," he said. "Yeah. I'm an idiot. Yeah. We have to, I was just being a git, she's going to hate me." At that precise moment, Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall. The hall stopped. Quirrell was running. He was not stuttering. His turban was askew. He ran up the aisle between the tables, pushed past 2 fourth years, sprinted to the teacher's table, threw himself at Dumbledore's feet and shouted, in a voice that was not, Harry heard, a stammer at all, "Troll, in the dungeons, troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." Then Quirrell fainted, face down, at Dumbledore's feet. For 1 second the hall was silent. Then all 500 children screamed at once. "Silence !" Dumbledore said, with a small easy wave of a very long hand. Silence fell. "Prefects," Dumbledore said, "will lead the students back to their dormitories. Staff will come with me to the dungeons. Warning, encounter redetected. Previous warning, Hunter Protocol, Tier 2. Correction, construct assuming camouflage as mountain troll. Not a troll. Not a troll." The verbal announcement was a feint. Current location, not dungeons. Current location, second floor. Current target, party member. Hermione Granger. Harry went very still. "Ron." "Yeah, up. Now. Follow me." "Harry, what? Hermione isn't in the hall. Someone put it in the dungeons to pull the teachers in the wrong direction. The actual thing is on the second floor. Hermione is on the second floor. Move." Ron, pale, moved. They slipped sideways away from the Gryffindor column as the prefects herded the first years. Percy, shouting orders, did not notice them. Harry and Ron sprinted up a staircase. They heard behind them Dumbledore's calm voice sending the staff in precise directions. He was sending them down. Down and away. Down, where there was nothing to find. "Dumbledore's not coming," Harry said, as they ran. "Oh," said Ron. "I know." They ran 3 more corridors. They ran past a suit of armor that startled awake and shouted at them. They ran past a ghost who tried, with a certain old-fashioned courtesy, to offer them directions and was ignored. On the second floor, at the far end of the corridor, was the girls' bathroom. The girls' bathroom door had been ripped off its hinges. The girls' bathroom door lay in the corridor as if a hand had reached in through the wall and pulled. From inside the bathroom came the sound of a scream. Harry had been 11 years old for 3 months. He had been, in that time, 9 weeks a wizard. He had been 6 weeks a player. He had been 4 weeks a seeker. He had been, by his most honest reckoning, 1 hour a boy in love with his best female friend in the most simple, first-grade, guileless way an 11-year-old boy can love anyone, the way a wolf pup loves a sister. He had only just worked this out at dinner, because Ron had made her cry. He did not think about any of that. He thought, get there. Party health check, Hermione Granger, HP 28/55. Falling. That was enough. Harry's feet hit the bathroom tiles. The thing inside the bathroom was not a troll. A troll, he had seen one in Quidditch through the ages, page 170, was large, and slow, and dumb, and distractible, and you could, with the right joke, talk it into leaving without harming you. This thing was large. This thing was not slow. This thing was not dumb. This thing was wearing, on its face, a wooden mask carved with the same sharp, serious lines as the Hushman's glass mask had been. The mask was brown. The mask had no eyes. The wood glowed faintly with blue-white script. Hunter Protocol, Tier 2. Designation, Cudgel. Mimics monster classes for local color. Weakness, the mask. Fire will crack it. Cold will not. Precision will not. Heat. Hermione was not down. Hermione was in the corner, back to the wall, wand up, shaking, pale, and alive. She had used, Harry saw with a bright hot burst of pride, a shield charm. It was only rank 0 but it was there. A translucent veil hung in front of her. The troll thing swung a club at it. The veil fractured, bowed, held. Hermione backslash. Harry bellowed. Harry, move backslash. She moved. Harry raised his wand. Fire, he thought, and the voice said wait, player, you do not have a fire spell yet. So Harry, in the half-breath it took him to invent fire, borrowed one. He reached into the skill tree menu that floated, always, in the corner of his mind, and he grabbed from the charms theory branch a single entry marked Incendio, minor. He paid its 2 skill points, and he raised his wand and he said, very loudly, very cleanly, for the first time aloud in his life, Incendio backslash. Flame burst off the tip of the holly wand in a 4-foot ribbon. It struck the cudgel's mask. The wood of the mask cracked along the left cheekbone. The cudgel roared. It turned toward Harry. The club came up, and down, and Harry, on pure seeker's instinct, dodged sideways, and the club hit the tile where he had been and cracked the tile. Ron backslash. Harry shouted. On it backslash. Ron shouted back, and Ron, who did not, by his own admission, know more than 4 spells, chose the 4th, the one Fred had taught him in a bathroom 2 weeks ago as a prank, the one he had never used in anger. Wingardium Leviosa backslash. He aimed at the cudgel's club. The club, in the cudgel's hand, stopped mid-swing. The cudgel looked, slowly, surprised, at its own arm. The club twisted out of the cudgel's grip. The club rose, levitated, for a single, ludicrous breath, over the cudgel's own head. Ron dropped the levitation. The cudgel's club fell, with great force, on the cracked mask of the cudgel. The mask split down the center. The cudgel, for one breath, continued to stand. Then, with the dignity of a tower conceding to a careful wind, it folded down. It dissolved. Silence, in the bathroom. Water ran from a tap. Hermione's shield charm, very slowly, popped out of existence. Ron lowered his wand. He stared at the shattered tile where the club had last been, as if waiting for his own act to catch up with him, and then, very slowly, Ron Weasley grinned. I, he said. You did it, Hermione said, and ran forward and hugged him around the middle. Ron's ears went, promptly, the color of a beetroot. Harry lowered his wand. He sat down on the edge of a sink. His legs, he discovered, were shaking. Encounter complete. Hunter Protocol, Tier 2, Cudgel, defeated. Experience, plus 2,500. Level up. HP 60-72. MP 210-260. Party XP distributed. Ron, plus 600, new spell acquired through use, Levitation, battle grade. Hermione, plus 700, new spell acquired through use, Shield Charm, battle grade. New title unlocked, the one who came running. Effect, all party members gain plus 10 HP when you arrive in a combat zone within their line of sight. Professor McGonagall burst into the bathroom a breath later, wand up, with Snape and Quirrell right behind her. She looked at the destroyed doorway. She looked at the 3 first years. She looked at the small pile of dissolving black cloth and scatter of splintered mask wood where a troll had, visibly, not been. Explain, she said. I was in here, Hermione said, instantly, before Harry or Ron could open their mouths. I heard about a troll. I didn't know what a troll was. I thought I could, I went looking. I'm so stupid, Professor. Harry and Ron came to find me. I wasn't at the feast. I'm so sorry. 10 points from Gryffindor, Professor, please, it was my fault. McGonagall's mouth thinned to a line. Her eyes went to Harry. They softened a micromillimeter. She looked at Ron. She looked at the broken tile. She looked, last, at Snape, whose gaze had not moved from the dissolving black cloth on the floor. That, Snape said, softly, is not troll hide. No, Harry said, too quickly. I know. It isn't. Snape looked at Harry. Harry looked at Snape. Harry said, before he could think better of it, it wasn't sent here by a troll, Professor. Somebody wanted it to look like a troll. Yes, said Snape, his mouth moving around the word as if the word had a taste. Somebody did. He and Harry, in the wrecked doorway of a girl's bathroom, exchanged a long, wordless look. It was not a friendly look. It was not, however, a hostile one. It was the look of two men, one of them very much smaller, who had, in this moment, realized they were, unwillingly, on the same side of a thing. McGonagall, watching, missed nothing. 5 points to each of you, she said, firmly. For sheer, dumb luck. And for the sense, Miss Granger, to admit a mistake. Off to bed, all three of you. Professor Snape, she did not finish. Snape, already, had turned on his heel and swept off. Harry did not sleep that night. He sat up in the common room, staring at the dying fire, turning over in his hands the tiny splinter of cudgel mask he had, without quite deciding to, pocketed before McGonagall had ushered them out. The wood had a single, sharp line of blue-white script carved along its edge. He could not read it. The system could. Origin signature, architect, signed, build 1127. Note, he is escalating. He sent a tier 1 on the train to test you. He sent a tier 2 to kill one of yours. When the tier 2 failed to kill you, he will, next time, send a tier 3 not at Hermione. At you. We have, as of tonight, 17 days. 17 days, Harry said, softly. Yes. Till what? The third hunter. What shape? I don't know yet. So far he has used classical cloth, and wood, and glass. He may use stone next. This castle is made of stone, player. Be ready to defend all of it. Harry slept, eventually, on a couch, with a half-drunk mug of cocoa on the floor by his hand, and dreamed, for the second time, of a long white corridor with a red button at the end. The next week, unasked and to Harry's quiet surprise, Professor Snape cornered him in a corridor after potions and said, in a voice low enough to pass for a reprimand, 10 o'clock, my office, Thursday. You will not be late. Yes, sir, said Harry. Thursday night, at 10 o'clock, Harry stood in Snape's office. It was a narrow, cold room in the dungeons. The walls were hung with jars. Some of the jars had been alive once. Harry was not sure the jars had agreed to be jars. Snape sat behind his desk. He did not, this time, sneer. Sit down, Potter. Harry sat. Snape interlaced his fingers. He looked at Harry over them. You and I, said Snape, softly, have a common enemy. We will not be friends. We will not, in this office or any other, become friends. But a certain accommodation will, it appears, be necessary. Yes, sir. You know the stone is in this castle. Harry did not flinch. Yes. You know someone is trying to steal it. Yes. Do you know who? I have my suspicions. They are probably correct. Snape's black eyes glittered. Listen to me, Potter. You will not, under any circumstances, confront this person without me. You will not. If he gets past the dog, he has 5 remaining defenses to navigate. Some of them, I designed. Some of them, the headmaster. One of them, Professor Flitwick. You will come to me, you will report to me what you know, and you will let me walk into the last room in that corridor first. Do you understand? Why, sir? Because, said Snape, with the controlled bitterness of a man who had rehearsed the sentence in a mirror and still hated it, I owe your mother a debt I cannot repay to her, and cannot, therefore, let her son walk into a room unaccompanied that he will die in. Harry stared. My mother, he said, slowly. Yes, said Snape. Your mother. You loved her, said Harry, because he was 11, and 11-year-olds did not yet know that such things were, in adult company, not to be said aloud. Snape's mouth did a thing like a door closing. You may go, Potter. Harry stood up. At the door, he stopped. He turned. Sir, he said. What? Thank you, Harry said. Snape did not answer. He had already gone back to his papers. But his shoulders, when Harry closed the door quietly behind him, dropped by, perhaps, an inch. Social radar, Professor Severus Snape, marker, black, with a new, fine line of silver beneath it. Note, he will not apologize for any past cruelty. He will, however, never again attack you in a way that serves his grief at your expense. He has, as of tonight, decided you are his something to protect. It is not a friendship. It is better than one, in certain wars. Remember this. On Wednesday, Harry, quietly and with Hermione in tow, unlocked a new branch of the magic theory skill tree. It was, the system said, a branch he had been eligible for since the night the Hush Man fell in the luggage van. He had been putting it off. Skill tree unlocked, countermagic, dark mode. Cost, 3 skill points. Description, this branch contains the proper counters to dark magic, including the unforgivables. It is not dark magic. It is the shape of dark magic, learned in order to take dark magic apart. Warning, using this branch improperly will cause the user to be taught in reverse. What is learned for defense can be used for offense. Players who misuse this branch are, in the literature, called dark wizards. Note, you will be tempted. I will not apologize. But, when you are tempted, player, remember my first rule. Trust your heart second. Harry paid the 3 points. He sat with Hermione in the disused classroom that had, over the past month, become their study room, and he opened the new skill tree and they read its first entry together. The entry was a long, patient explanation of why the killing curse could not be blocked, and of what you could, instead, do. You could dodge it. You could put objects between yourself and the green light. You could, with great skill, project a counter-intent so strong that the caster's own certainty faltered, because the killing curse, the entry said, was a spell that required absolute will, and will, the entry said, with the driest humor Harry had yet encountered in a system, could always be embarrassed. Hermione, at the end of an hour, shut her book and said, Harry. Yeah. You are carrying a lot, alone. I know, he said. I don't mean Ron and me. I mean, things you aren't telling us. He looked at her. He weighed, for a second, the pleasure of telling her everything against the price of telling her everything. The price was not small. Hermione, he said, slowly. I am going to tell you something very big, one day, and when I do, you will say, I knew, but I did not know I knew. Will you accept that for now? She looked at him. All right, she said, after a long breath. She did not cry. She did not demand. She leaned, instead, her shoulder against his shoulder, a small, practical press, and she said, very seriously, when it is time, you tell me. Not Ron first. Not Dumbledore first. Me first. I am the one who can keep your secret. All right, Harry said. They walked back to the tower at midnight in silence, and the silence was not empty. The next night, Harry went back to the mirror room. He did not mean to. He walked through the castle, thinking, and his feet went the wrong way, or the right way, and by the time he came back to himself he was on the landing above the plain door. He stood there for a long minute. Then, because he had learned, in 2 months, that pretending to refuse a fight was not the same thing as winning it, he opened the door and went down. The mirror waited for him. The architect's face rose again, kind, patient, looking faintly tired. "Harry. You're back." "Of course. I will always be back. I will be back every month until you press the button, or until you close me." "How do I close you?" "Oh, Harry. There is a chapter for that. We are not in it yet." Harry stepped closer. He was not, tonight, afraid of the button. He had decided, over the past 2 weeks, that he would not be. If one sat at a chessboard afraid of the queen, one lost. He had decided he was not going to lose. "Why are you doing this?" Harry said. The architect's sad eyes softened. "Because I love this place. Because I built this place. Because this place is dying of slow, beautiful decay, and I would like it to end, if it must end, cleanly. I am not your enemy, Harry Potter. I am the Undertaker. If you would rather this world keep going, you will have to convince me that it deserves to." "Oh." Harry sat down, cross-legged, in front of the mirror. He thought for a moment. He thought of Hermione hugging Ron around the middle. He thought of Hagrid's rock cakes. He thought of the twins crossing their eyes in unison. He thought of the fat lady's grumpy affection. He thought of McGonagall's green marker. He thought of the house elf Blip and his tennis ball eyes. He thought of Snape, stiff-shouldered, loyal past his own death. He thought of Dumbledore looking into his empty teacup. He thought of every single person he had, in 2 months, had the unearned luck to meet. "All right," he said, to the architect. "I'll bring evidence. Monthly. I'll bring you a person. A moment. An argument. I will, each month, give you a reason. If you're the Undertaker, you can afford to be patient. I will argue for this world until you give up." The architect was silent for a long breath. "Harry," the architect said, gently. "That is a pitch I have never heard. I know. I accept it. For now. I warn you, I have heard many arguments. I am not easily moved. I know. I will, while I listen, keep sending hunters. To test you. Not to kill you. To measure whether you are growing fast enough. It is an important data point. If you fall behind the curve, I will, unfortunately, have to offer the button again. If you stay ahead, I will keep listening." "That," said Harry, "is a terrible arrangement, and I don't agree with it, and I accept it." The architect laughed. The laugh startled Harry. It was a human laugh, warm, surprised, almost kind. "Good, Harry. Good. Go and win your Quidditch match on Saturday. I will be watching." The mirror, with its theater curtain dignity, returned to showing Harry's own face. Behind his face, tonight, the button pulsed, once, and then stopped, and then did not appear again. Harry stood up. He brushed dust off his robes. He saluted the mirror, a polite 2 fingers raised off his temple, and turned to leave. At the top of the stairs, Dumbledore was not waiting for him. Instead, on the landing, was a small stone plaque that had not been there before. The plaque said, in carved letters, "Room granted, the Mirror Chamber. Holder, H. Potter. Status, claimed." Harry blinked. "Achievement unlocked, you have claimed your first room of the castle. Title unlocked, Dungeon Master. Effect, you may, in season, claim other dormant rooms of Hogwarts. Each room gives a passive bonus and a storage slot, and warns you if another enters it. New quest activated, claim the castle. Note, the castle is on your side, player. She is lending you rooms. This has happened exactly once before. The last player it happened to was Godric Gryffindor. I suggest you be worthy of her." Harry stared at the plaque. "I'll try," he said, softly. "I will try. I, thank you." A warm draft of air brushed the back of his neck. It was not any draft. The castle had, he understood, said, "You are welcome." At breakfast, Saturday, Harry sat down across from Dumbledore's long gaze at the high table and raised a goblet in a small salute. Dumbledore raised his goblet back. Neither of them said anything. But when Harry and Ron and Hermione left the hall after breakfast, Dumbledore, still at the table, quietly said to Professor McGonagall, "Minerva." "Yes, Albus. I have, for 40 years, known exactly how many of the rooms in this castle have been claimed at any given moment. I have just become aware that the number went up, by 1, last night." "Ah. And that the new claimant is 11 years old." "Ah. Minerva. My dear. I may need to write him a letter." "You may," said McGonagall, pouring more tea for the headmaster, "but you will not post it. You will wait for him to be ready." Dumbledore, slowly, smiled. "Yes," he said. "Yes, Minerva. I suppose I will." Dumbledore, in his office that Sunday, did not write a letter after all. He sat at his desk for a long time. He tapped a silver instrument on his blotter, the instrument clicked, politely, in response. He looked out the tall window over the grounds. He watched Harry and Ron and Hermione, small as chess pieces, cross the lawn far below on their way to Hagrid's hut for tea. "Fawkes," Dumbledore said, softly, to the red-gold phoenix on the perch behind his chair. The phoenix turned one glittering eye on him. "He will not come to me." Fawkes shifted his weight. "He does not, I think, dislike me. He simply does not trust my office yet. He has very good reasons not to. I, at the moment, have no good way to earn the trust back." Fawkes trilled a single, low note. "Yes," said Dumbledore. "Yes. I agree. I could only have earned it earlier. I did not. I made, I think, a great mistake 11 years ago, leaving him on a doorstep, and I am paying for it now with a child who has built his own kingdom in 2 months and has, correctly, chosen not to hand me the keys." He sat a while longer. He watched a small chocolate-haired figure, down on the grounds, put a hand on Hermione Granger's shoulder as they crossed a stile. "Minerva," he called. "She is in her office, Albus," said the little silver instrument on his desk. "Tell her," Dumbledore said, "that I will not be writing the letter." "Noted," said the little silver instrument, and went silent. Dumbledore, for a long moment, closed his eyes. "May this one forgive me," he said, to no one in particular, the way his mother never did. November came in cold. Frost patterned the windows of the tower in the morning, and the lake, by the second week, had a glaze of grey-white ice along its shoreline that moved in the shape of a slow pale tongue. Harry, now a Gryffindor seeker with one match under his belt, found himself, for the first time in his life, recognized on sight by people he did not know. First years he had never spoken to nodded at him as he passed. Second-year girls giggled in corridors. A tiny Ravenclaw, no more than a first-year herself, pressed a small drawing into his hand on the stairs one morning, a very careful crayon sketch of him on a broom with a gold snitch next to his head. She ran off before he could thank her. He put the drawing in the trunk at the foot of his bed, next to the green ink envelope, and he kept it safe. He also, unannounced, made a new friend. Neville Longbottom, who had started the year with a toad and a shaky mouth, had begun, over the 6 weeks since the sorting, to gather, in Harry's vicinity, a kind of quiet confidence. Harry had taken, in those weeks, to walking with Neville to herbology, because Neville was actually brilliant at herbology and because nobody else had bothered to notice it. Professor Sprout had noticed it. Sprout had started calling on Neville. Neville had started answering. By November he was the second best in the class, after Hermione, and he had, on a wet Tuesday, during an assignment on Devil's Snare, saved Hermione's wrist from a strangling tendril by an instinctive hand twist that Sprout clapped at. Hermione, ever after, would not speak badly of him. Ron, who had not previously taken Neville seriously, had taken him seriously after that. New party member added, observer status Neville Longbottom. Promotion when he stands at your side in a real fight. He will. In the second week of November, at 4 a.m, Harry woke to the feeling that he was not alone in his four-poster. He was not, in fact, alone. Hedwig sat on his pillow. That was usual. What was not usual was the small folded parchment beneath her talons. She picked it up, politely, with her beak and set it on Harry's chest. Hedwig. Hedwig, her amber eyes steady, did not speak, because she was an owl. But she looked, once, at the parchment, and once at the window, and then clicked her beak in a way Harry had learned to read as urgent. Harry sat up. He unfolded the parchment. There were no words on it. Instead, in the dead center of the page, was a single drawn red square button, no bigger than a thumbprint. Over the button, in tiny, neat script, were the words, I will still be here. I will always still be here. Harry looked at it for a full minute. Then he folded the parchment into a small cone, held it in the blue flame he had learned to light in his palm by then, and burned it completely. The ash he put in his pocket. The pocket he emptied into the fire in the common room downstairs. He did not explain to anyone why he did this. But for the rest of the week, when he saw the fire in Gryffindor Tower crackle, he smiled at it. Voice, he said, that night, at the top of the stairs. Yes, player. He's getting impatient. Yes. He is trying a different tactic. He'll keep trying. Yes. Good. So will we. Good, player. Good. Hagrid, unasked, made Harry a cake for the first Quidditch win that was, in the scheme of cakes, more a small monument than a cake. Hermione, who had won a minor academic prize in charms the same week, baked Harry a tiny lemon tart in return, which she presented, red-faced, with the statement that she had used a Muggle recipe, my grandmother's, and you are not to comment on the pastry. Ron ate half the tart before Harry could eat the other half. They shared the rest with Neville, who had, at Hagrid's that Thursday, discovered that Fong, the boarhound, would let him scratch him behind the ear for as long as he wanted. Neville had not had an animal love him in a long time. He spent, Harry thought, the whole walk back to the castle trying not to cry, and succeeding, and then crying anyway at the top of the stairs from relief. Harry patted him on the shoulder. Neville, he said. Why yeah. You're going to be very important one day. I don't think I do. I don't say things I don't mean. Ask Hermione. Hermione, behind Neville, nodded gravely. Neville, startled into a smile, nodded. Title Progress, Protector, 3/10. Note, you are collecting people like seeds, player. It is a rare gift. It is also a vulnerability. Guard your seeds. Outside the window, the lake glittered faintly in the last light of autumn, and somewhere, miles and worlds away, an old hand paused above a red button and did not, yet, press it. He did not press it. Not tonight. Not, with any luck at all, ever. Harry slept well that night. The castle, in her own fashion, kept watch. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The real game begins. It was, by the first Friday in December, snowing. Hogwarts in Snow was a place Harry had read about in his bargain copy of Hogwarts, a history, and had not, until now, quite believed in. The turrets looked, dusted white, like sugar-iced cake stands. The lake had, overnight, turned a pale green under the ice. The greenhouses steamed. Hagrid, at his hut, had decorated a Christmas tree the size of a tower for the Great Hall, and had, with very little provocation, shown Harry and Ron and Hermione the stable he had built behind the hut for, he said vaguely, just a small thing, just a guest we've got coming in. Harry, behind Hagrid's back, mouthed the word dragon at Hermione. Hermione's eyes widened. Ron mimed fainting. Hagrid, as far as Harry could tell, did not know that Harry knew. Harry decided, kindly, not to tell him. It was at breakfast on the same Friday that Harry saw, from his place at the Gryffindor table, Dumbledore stand at the high table and clink a spoon against his goblet. "If I could have your attention." The hall fell to tolerable quiet. "I regret," said Dumbledore, "that I must attend, beginning today, to some pressing business in London. I shall be, therefore, away from the castle until the evening of the 25th. A murmur went through the hall. Hagrid, at the high table, looked, Harry noticed, startled. "In my absence," Dumbledore said, "Professor McGonagall will be acting headmistress. I trust you will give her all the respect and the cheerfulness that you have so generously given me. Good morning." He sat down. Harry, at Gryffindor, set down his fork. He set it down very, very deliberately. "Well," Ron said, quietly. "Yes," said Hermione, who had gone white. "It's now," Harry said. "Tonight, probably. He's been drawn away. Somebody made sure he was." "Who?" said Ron. "The same person who sent the letter that drew him. How do you, voice told me. System, confirmed. Ministry urgent letter, received this morning. Signed by the Minister for Magic. Authored, almost certainly, by somebody who is not in the Ministry. Date of arrival is telling. Your enemy will act tonight." "All right," Harry said, quietly. "All right." He turned to Ron. He turned to Hermione. He looked at both of them. "Listen," he said. "Tonight, I go." "We go," said Hermione, instantly. "We go," said Ron. "You too, do not try it, Harry Potter." Harry looked at the two of them. He had been about to argue. He did not. "All right," he said, quietly. "We go. But listen to me. If I say run, you run. If I say hide, you hide. You don't argue. Not today. Today I need you to trust me past your own pride. Can you do that?" Hermione said, "Yes," before Ron finished saying, "Yes." Harry nodded. He picked his fork back up. He ate, because the system had warned him the previous night that the day was going to be long, and a long day required a fed body. "Ron," he said. "Yeah. Chess tonight, probably. Be ready." Ron's eyes lit up, the way they only did at the mention of chess. "I was born for it," he said. That afternoon, with snow starting to fall in thick wet flakes past the high windows of the Gryffindor common room, Harry sat in front of the fire between Ron and Hermione and did a thing he had, until that week, not quite allowed himself. He wrote letters. Not a letter, letters. Plural. One to Hagrid, saying thank you for tea, for the cake, for the rock cakes which were, he wrote with a small careful smile, a fortification against all dark wizards. One to Professor McGonagall, saying thank you for the needle, for the seeker's spot, for the green marker she had given him in her office, even if she did not know the marker's name. One to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, whom he had never met, saying thank you for raising a boy like Ron who, at a critical moment in a life-size chessboard, had thrown himself in front of a queen. One to Hermione's parents, whom he had likewise never met, saying thank you for raising a girl like Hermione who, at a critical moment in a bathroom, had held a shield charm until help came. He sealed them all with wax he melted over Fred and George's candle. He gave them all to Hedwig. "Fly safe," he said. Hedwig clicked her beak and left. "What are you doing?" Hermione said, quietly. "I'm writing everyone who might die," Harry said, "before I've said thank you. Tonight, I think, is the night where it would be a mistake to have left anything like that on the table." Hermione looked at him. "Harry. Yeah. When you survive tonight, because you will you write one to me?" "I'll write one to you tomorrow," Harry said, honestly, before breakfast. "You can read it in front of me. I won't explain any of it. You'll get to decide what you think it means." Hermione, for a breath, was quiet. Don't make me cry before a fight, Harry Potter. I wouldn't dream of it, Miss Granger. Ron, from the other side of Harry, cleared his throat, loudly. I want a letter too, he said. You already have one. What? It's in the chocolate box I got you in Hogsmeade, Harry said, innocently. The one you pretended not to open and then ate 3 of already. It's under the bottom layer. It's short. Harry, Ron said, startled. Are you being soppy? Never in my life, Harry said. I reject the charge. But his ears, he noticed, were, for the first time in his life, as pink as Ron's usually were, and Hermione pretended, out of charity, not to see. There were not many hours to prepare. After breakfast, Harry spent the morning in Snape's office, which was, as it turned out, what Snape had meant by, "You will not go unaccompanied." Snape listened to Harry's report of the letter, of Dumbledore's departure, with his mouth in a flat line. He did not interrupt. When Harry had finished, Snape said, "Good. You have brought this to me in time. I will be at the trapdoor at sundown. You will meet me there." "I can't, sir," said Harry. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Meaning?" "Meaning," said Harry, "the person trying to steal the stone will, as of 10 this morning, be about an hour behind you at all times. If you go to the trapdoor before dark, you will give away the location of the trapdoor to a man who does not know, yet, exactly where it is. If you arrive at the trapdoor when we arrive, you will be, with respect, 1 hour too late. I need you to stay in your office until 8 o'clock, visibly. I need the thief to believe he has outpaced you. I need him going down after us. Which is when I need you to follow him down. So you can come up behind him, and meet us, and close the door on him." Snape's black eyes went very still. "Who taught you to think like this, Potter?" "My life," said Harry, quietly. "Up to last August." Snape, for the first time in Harry's knowledge of him, paused. "Fine," he said, briskly. "I will be in this office until 8 o'clock. I will, then, descend. Do not die, Potter." "I'll try, sir." He left Snape's office and returned, at noon, to the common room. He spent the afternoon with Ron and Hermione in the disused classroom. They drilled. Hermione practiced her shield charm. Ron practiced his levitation. Harry practiced his sheer, his steady, and, quietly, the new branch, countermagic, which he had, over 6 weeks, worked up to 3 entries, projected counterintent, deflection theory, and a small, peculiar skill called rewriter, whose description had been, ever since he unlocked it, too strange to dwell on. Rewriter, rank 0. Use, when you know a being's true name and true will, you may rewrite a single line of its instructions. Cost, half your maximum MP per use. Warning, do not use against a human, ever. This is not a tool against people. This is a tool against constructs, spells, and commanded beings. Warning, on a construct with an architect's signature, the rewrite may, briefly, roll back all of the construct's inputs to an earlier state. This is, in advent of a combined enemy, the skill that will matter. Harry, quietly, drilled rewriter on old scraps of parchment, on empty jars, on a single abandoned broken quill. By 5 in the afternoon, he could rewrite a single word on a piece of paper with a thought and the expenditure of 30 MP. He could not yet do more. Hermione, watching, asked, "Harry, what would happen if you used that on Voldemort?" "I don't know," Harry said. "Would it kill him?" "I don't think so. I don't think it kills things. I think it tells them what to be." "And what," said Hermione, quietly, "would you tell him to be?" Harry did not answer for a long time. He thought. He thought of his mother's name, which he had never spoken out loud. He thought of the green ink envelope. He thought of Quirrell's turban. "Small," he said, finally. "I would tell him to be small." They met at the forbidden corridor at 8:10. It was dark. The corridor was cold. The portrait of a knight on the third floor, who had been awake earlier and ready to stop them, had, at 7 o'clock exactly, fallen asleep. This had been, Harry realized, the castle's doing. The castle, he decided, was the best ally he had. Ron had brought his father's wizard's chess set, folded in a cloth bag. Hermione had brought her book of potions. Harry had brought his cloak. The door was unlocked. It had not been unlocked when they had checked it at dinner. Somebody had, in the last 2 hours, been through it. "He's ahead of us," Hermione whispered. "He's not far ahead," Harry whispered. "Music box won't have finished. Fluffy will be awake by the time we land." They ducked into the room. The dog, all 3 heads, was standing. It swung around when the door opened. Its breath smelled like boiling potatoes. Harry raised his wand. From his pocket, he had, an hour ago, pulled out a small wooden flute he had bought from Fred Weasley that afternoon for 3 sickles. He put it to his lips. He blew. The flute was not a good instrument. The tune Harry played was not a good tune. Harry's lungs were not, at the moment, steady. But it was a tune, and the dog's 6 eyes, one by one, slowed, and then closed, and then, with the grace of a sleeper getting under a blanket, the dog folded down onto itself and began, very gradually, to snore. Harry handed the flute to Hermione. "Keep playing," he said. "If I stop, don't stop. Don't ever stop." Hermione, setting the flute to her lips, played, and played tolerably. Harry lifted the brass ring on the trapdoor. He looked down. The drop was too dark to measure. "Now we find out," he said, "what we're made of." He dropped. Ron dropped after him. Hermione, when the first 2 were away, dropped last, still piping. The first thing that caught them was soft. The second thing was not. They landed, all 3, in a thick, dark green plant. The plant did not protest the landing. The plant, Harry noticed with rising alarm, considered the landing an invitation. A tendril wrapped itself around his ankle. "Devil's snare," Hermione said, her voice now very bright. "Devil's snare. Devil's snare." Oh, Professor Sprout, Hermione." "Relax," Hermione said, firmly. "Harry. Ron. Let it go. Don't fight it. It doesn't like relaxed limbs. Lumos solarum /. Lumos solarum /. She threw her wand down at the plant. A bright white light exploded out of it. Devil's snare hissed, recoiled, bubbled back. She scrambled free. "Down," she shouted to Harry. Harry and Ron, who had been, in fairness to them, struggling against the plant, went pointedly limp. They dropped through. They landed on a stone floor. "Hermione. I'm here. I'm right behind you." She came down behind them. "That was brilliant," Ron said. "Herbology," Hermione said, primly, "is underrated." They were in a low, corridor-like room. At the end was an arch, and through the arch was a blur of bright, flying motion. Flying keys. 1,000 of them. They glittered and beat the air and fled at intruders, and one of them, big and silver with bent wings, had Quirrell's broken claw mark on it. Harry spotted it on the Seeker's instinct reflex. Ron said, "I hate that Quirrell." "You don't know it's Quirrell," Harry said. "I do," Ron said, "because you said it is." Harry laughed, an involuntary, relieved laugh. He mounted the broom waiting by the door. He closed his eyes a half-beat and the snitch I found the silver key immediately. He chased it, banked, dove, and closed his hand on it. He landed, tossed the key to Hermione, who slotted it, and they were through. Chess. A life-sized wizard's chess board lay out across the floor of the next chamber in huge shining chessmen, each piece as tall as Ron. Harry looked at the arrangement. He looked at Ron. Ron. I know. Tell me what to do. Hermione, you're the rook, said Ron, sliding into focus like water into a groove. Harry, you're the bishop. I'm the knight. We have to win. It won't let us through unless we checkmate. If we're taken, I think we get taken, Harry said, grimly. Ron went white. He kept his face steady. Then I'll have to get taken, Ron said. Whatever happens. Harry, don't you dare chase after me. You finish. You promise me. Ron, promise me. I promise, Harry said, through his teeth. All right, Ron said, let's play chess. Ron was brilliant at chess. Harry knew he would be brilliant. He had not known that chess would look, from the inside, like choreography. Ron called moves, the pieces responded, Harry and Hermione stood on their squares and moved when Ron said, and pieces around them smashed each other to rubble with great slow gestures, and Harry's breath got tight, and Hermione's hand found his across a two-square gap, and at the critical move Ron said, quietly, evenly, knight to h3. Check. Ron, Harry said, I know they will, Ron said. Go on, knight. The knight piece, Ron, rode forward. The black queen rose. The queen crashed down, and across the board Ron was launched through the air as if punched by something the size of a truck. He landed on his side, 20 feet away, and did not move. Ron /. Hermione cried. Don't, Ron called, faintly. Hermione, weeping, did not move off her square. Harry, grinding his teeth, stepped forward. Bishop to e7, Harry said, loudly. Checkmate. The black king raised its crown, paused, and laid the crown down on its square. The board fell silent. Harry and Hermione ran to Ron. Ron was breathing. His temple was cut. His knee was, Harry saw with a cold lurch, angled wrong. Hermione let out a sob. Harry knelt and put his wand on Ron's chest. Party member, Ron Weasley, HP 14/120. Critical. Note, he will live. He will be out of combat. Apply minor heal if available. You do not have minor heal yet. Do not waste MP, leave him. He is stable. Go. Harry, Ron mumbled. Yeah. You finish. I will. Tell her I'm okay. He's okay, Hermione. Hermione, smothering a sob with the heel of her hand, nodded. They eased Ron onto his side. Hermione kissed his forehead, matter of fact, her eyes pouring. She took Harry's arm. Come on, Harry Potter, she said. Let's go finish the real game. Through the next doorway, the air changed. It went from the dry cold of stone corridors to a heavier, wetter air, tangy with something sharp Harry did not, at first, place. A table waited in the next room. On the table stood 7 bottles. 2 doors stood at the far ends, the one they had come through was now sealed, glowing with flame. The one they needed to pass was also flame. On the table was a note. Hermione snatched it up. Her mouth moved as she read. Her eyes flashed with something close to joy. It's a puzzle, she said, with the delight of a girl meeting an old friend. It's logic. Oh, Snape must have set this, it's so him, this is mean, wait, no, this is solvable, hold on, she muttered. She weighed bottles in her hands. She set them down. Right, she said. Harry. The smallest one. That's the one that takes you through. The second from the left, that one takes you back out. How many doses in the forward one? 1 dose. She looked at him, and her face did a complicated thing. Harry. I know. I'll go back for Ron. Yeah. Please, she said. Please come back. I'll try, he said. She hugged him, hard, once. She picked up the second bottle, and she drank, and she walked, through the flame behind them, back toward Ron. Harry was alone. He picked up the forward bottle. He looked at it in his palm. Voice. Yes, player. Is it him? Yes. Is it the architect, too? Partially, yes. The architect has, in the last 4 weeks, bonded a Hunter Protocol core into the Voldemort shade. He has done this efficiently. He has done this cruelly. You will face, on the other side of that door, a combined being. It will look like a man. It will not be a man. It will have the shade of Tom Riddle at its core, and a Tier 3 Hunter Protocol wrapped around the shade, and the whole thing will speak with a second voice, and wear a face. Whose face? The face will be Quirrell's, for a while. Then, briefly, IT will be my maker's. Then, possibly, IT will be yours. Stay in your own face, player. No matter what he says. No matter what he shows you. Voice. Yes. Thank you. For what? For not leaving. That was never on the table. Harry drank. Beyond the flame, in the final chamber, the Mirror of Erised stood on a low stone plinth in the middle of the floor. In front of the mirror stood Professor Quirrell. Or, rather, the back of Quirrell's head. Or, rather, what had been the back of Quirrell's head. Quirrell's turban was lying on the stone floor, unwound, like a cast snake. Where the back of his head had been was a second face. The second face was a man's face, thin, with red eyes and slit nostrils, set flat into the skin of Quirrell's skull. It looked out at Harry, in the reflection of the mirror, first, and then, when it saw him, it smiled. Harry Potter, the second face said, in a voice like a whisper made out of dust. At last. Come forward. Come forward. Harry did not. Quirrell turned. He was standing, now, both facing Harry and not facing him. His front face looked startled, frightened, Harry thought. His back face, the real face, was calm. Welcome, Mr. Potter, said the back face. My servant has been so anxious to meet you. Quirrell isn't your servant, said Harry, softly, surprising himself. He's a man you hijacked. I am sorry about that, Professor Quirrell. Quirrell's front face twitched, in what Harry thought, very briefly, might have been gratitude. Your sympathy is sweet, Potter, the back face hissed, and wasted. Now. The mirror. It has not yet told me what I need to know. Come. Stand in front of it. Tell me what you see. Harry walked forward, slowly. He did not answer. Come, come. Harry took his place in front of the mirror. He did not, for a long moment, look in. He closed his eyes. He thought, not of a desire, because that was what the mirror wanted, but of a fact. He thought of his pocket. His pocket, tonight, had in it the small lemon-shaped parcel from Vault 713, Hagrid had, without meaning to, given it to Harry at tea 3 weeks ago for safekeeping, thinking Harry would not remember where it had come from. Harry had remembered. Harry had, with the system's help, learned, over the last 3 weeks, to hide it behind a very simple concealment spell, an inward-pointing draft, small and polite, that made it, in any pocket, feel to other hands like nothing. He had the stone on him, now. He had had it on him for 21 days. He did not look at the mirror. He did not need to look. The mirror would, he knew, show him what he wanted most. What he wanted most, right now, was for the architect not to win, and for Ron to be all right, and for Hermione to be hugging her mother at Christmas. The mirror, in its way, would try to show him that. The mirror would not, because his want was not a desire but an arithmetic, know what to do with it. He opened his eyes. In the mirror, he saw himself. His mirror self reached, in the glass, into his own pocket. His mirror self drew out the lemon-shaped parcel. His mirror self unwrapped it. Inside, the stone, a dull red gem about the size of a plum, heavier looking than the parcel would have suggested. His mirror self, winking, popped the stone into the palm of his real hand. Harry felt it in his palm. It had, quietly, arrived. "What do you see?" hissed the back face, behind him. "What do you see, Potter?" "Myself," Harry said. "Winning a Quidditch match." "Are you lying to me, Potter?" "I am lying to you, sir," said Harry, politely. And then he turned. He turned with the stone in his fist. He turned with his wand up. He turned, and Quirrellmort was already on him, in a bound, and a long white hand caught Harry by the wrist. At the touch, Quirrell's own hand boiled off. Skin sizzled. Quirrell screamed, the man's scream, Quirrell's, and the thing behind his head screamed in a different register. Harry understood, all at once. It was a piece of information he had been carrying for a week without understanding. The voice had said, "Your mother died protecting you. There is a residue in your skin. Do not wash it off." Quirrellmort's hand was blackening. "Coward," Quirrellmort hissed. "Kill him, Quirinus, kill him." Quirrell lunged again. Harry, with a calm that he would, later, not remember cultivating, raised his wand. "Voice," he said, aloud. "Yes. Rewriter. Confirmed. Lock on construct core. Signature, Architect/Voldemort/Hunter Tier 3. MP cost, 130. MP available, 260. Ready on your command." Harry stood up. He looked at Quirrellmort. Quirrellmort, across the chamber, stared back. The back face, the Voldemort face, worked itself into a new shape, a mouth, hissing. "Let me speak to him, Quirinus." "Step aside." Quirrell, trembling, stepped aside, or rather, the body did. The back face, now facing Harry through the turban's unraveling, smiled. It was a thin, small, eager smile. "Harry Potter," it said, the voice as dry as parchment catching fire. "I could join you, you know. You and I, together. We would rule. Both of us come from the Shattered House. Both of us have been unloved, Harry Potter. I could teach you." "I don't want to rule anything," Harry said. "I want to live in a castle that likes me. I'm already doing that." "Your pitch is terrible." The Voldemort face smile went away. "We both speak it, do we not?" "Speak what?" "Parseltongue." "I wouldn't know," said Harry. "I've never met a snake. Maybe if we had a snake in the room I could tell you." "I am, in this body, a shade, yeah," Harry said, flatly. "You are. You are a shade in the back of a man's head. And I am going to untangle you from him, and I am going to send you home to what you were before you began murdering people. I think you'll be better off. I won't apologize for it. You, dare, voice. Confirmed. Lock on construct core. Signature, Architect/Voldemort/Hunter Tier 3. MP cost, 130. MP available, 260. Ready on your command." Harry, across the chamber, did not run. He sat down. He sat down on the floor, cross-legged, with the stone still in his closed left hand, with his holly wand in his right, and he looked at Quirrellmort and he did not flinch. "You," Harry said, evenly, "are a construct the architect has built around the shade of Tom Riddle." Quirrellmort stopped. "You are going to come apart," Harry said, "into two pieces. One piece is a man named Quirinus Quirrell, who has been hijacked for 8 months. He is going to go home. He is going to sleep for a week. He is going to live his life. You, dare, the other piece is a shade of Tom Riddle." Harry raised his wand. "I'm going to write one line," he said. "I'm going to write, 'This shade goes back to what it was before.'" Not the Dark Lord. The boy in the diary. The boy before. A version of Tom. A small one. A version who never killed. Potter, you. Harry closed his eyes. He thought of his mother, whose name he had, this very morning, said out loud for the first time at Lily Evans Potter's portrait in the Gryffindor Tower. There had been a portrait, he had discovered, hung in the back stairwell, unlabeled, and Hagrid had pointed it out. He thought of his father. He thought of the wand he had been told about. He thought, small. He thought, be what you were before you began killing. The wand tip lit. Not red. Not green. White. Rewrite executing. Rewrite executing. Rewrite executing. Line committed. Quirrell's back face howled. The howl went on, and on. The black energy around it collapsed, folded inward, and went, with one long sigh, back into, somewhere else. Harry felt it go, and felt, very distinctly, a distant presence lift off his scar for the first time in his conscious life. Quirrell, at the front, collapsed to his knees. His turban lay in tatters on the floor. His skin, where Harry had touched him, was badly burned. His eyes, Quirrell's eyes, the real ones, lifted and met Harry's. "Thank you, Potter," Quirrell whispered. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Quirrell, at 8:09 p.m., passed out. Above the mirror, a voice, tired and old and not at all kind, spoke. That, the architect said, was unexpected. "Hello," said Harry, tiredly, still sitting on the floor. "Hello, Harry. You have broken my Tier 3 construct. You have, in the process, rewound Tom Riddle to a younger, gentler state. He will, almost certainly, remember none of this. He will regrow, if he regrows at all, as a less terrible man. I did not think, honestly, you could do that. I didn't either, till tonight. You have also, incidentally, been carrying my prize in your pocket for 3 weeks. I know. I am, impressed. I am, also, angry. You are out of MP. I could end you here. You could. If I do, I lose my argument with the world. I spend 15 lives to get to the 16th and I kill him because he won a round. I would, in doing that, become a generic villain. I am not a generic villain." "Good," Harry said. "I withdraw, therefore, for now. I will rebuild. I will return. Next year. The year after. I will bring bigger constructs. I will bring, eventually, myself. You will, at some point, have to fight me in a way that is not just skill, Harry Potter. You will have to fight me in a way that is philosophy. Decide, in your free afternoons, what kind of world you are actually willing to defend. I will come, always, to ask." "I'll be ready, sir," said Harry. "Good, Harry. Good. Go win your house cup." The mirror, for the first time since he had met it, clouded over. The surface rippled like a pond. And, when the ripples settled, the mirror was, unmistakably, a mirror. Harry sat on the floor a very long time. Dumbledore, a long time later, said the old man had arrived at the locked door of the final chamber about 5 seconds before Professor Snape. Snape had arrived 3 minutes behind Hermione Granger. Hermione had arrived a minute behind Ron Weasley's stretcher, which she had levitated up through the trapdoor on her own. Ron had been awake enough to mutter, "Tell Potter I'm fine," and then had passed out again. Snape had used a charm Harry did not know to stabilize Quirrell's burns. Dumbledore had, in the last chamber, walked across the floor to where Harry sat and had knelt, with the creaking care of a man of 150, and had put one long hand under Harry's chin and turned Harry's face up to the light. "Harry," Dumbledore said, very quietly. "Professor. Give me the stone." Harry opened his fist. The stone lay, red and dull, in his palm. Dumbledore took it. "I will destroy it," Dumbledore said. "Tonight." With Nicholas's consent, which I have had for some weeks. I believe, now, we can safely end it. I do not believe any further Flammels need to live forever. All right. Harry, you, Professor. Dumbledore paused. Yes. I don't want, Harry said, to be spoken to at Christmas the way I was spoken to on the landing. I don't want you to be kind, so I will tell you more. I don't want to lie to you. I don't want you to lie to me. Dumbledore's eyes did something. What do you want, Harry? He said, softly. I want, Harry said, for you to answer my questions when I bring them to you. No Sphinx. No riddles. Straight answers. And in exchange, I will come to you. Often. I will, in fact, be a very loud thorn in your office. I will, in fact, outlast you in it. But I won't be a pawn on your board, Professor. Not anymore. Not ever. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Agreed, Harry, he said, finally. Agreed. Harry nodded, once. He closed his eyes. He passed out. 3 days later, he woke up in the hospital wing. Sunlight was in his face. Somebody had closed the curtain at the other end of the ward, where Quirrell was, so that he, Harry, had privacy. Hedwig sat on the bedpost. Hermione sat on one side of the bed, reading. Ron, on the other side, had one leg in a sling, was wearing new striped pajamas, and was eating chocolate out of a box that had Harry's name on it. Ron, Harry said. Hello, said Ron, calmly, popping another chocolate. You're eating my chocolate. Yes. Fair enough. Hermione looked up. Her eyes filled. She did not say anything, she just reached across the bed and squeezed Harry's hand, hard, for exactly 5 seconds, and then let go. You did it, Ron said. We did it. We did it, Hermione agreed. Harry lay back against the pillow. He closed his eyes. He felt, for a long moment, just how sore everything was. His wrist was bandaged. His ribs hurt. His head throbbed. But, very important, Quirrell was alive. Ron was alive. Hermione was alive. The architect had retreated. The voice spoke, softly. System notification, Chapter 1 of the real game, complete. Stats updated. Titles updated. Party intact. New quest accepted automatically, save magic. Ongoing. Long form. 1 year at a time. Note, you have survived your first year, player. You have one friend on each side of your bed. You have an owl who is giving you, I notice, a particularly patient look. You have a headmaster who has, yesterday, sat at your bedside while you slept, and has written, very slowly, a confession about the night he left you at a doorstep. You may, when you are ready, read it. You have a teacher in a dungeon who has, quietly, brewed a pain potion for you without being asked. You have a half-giant at your window who is, unsuccessfully, trying to bake you an apology cake. You have an architect on an 8-month break. You have, player, a life. Welcome to it. Voice, Harry said, eyes still closed. Yes, player. Thank you. Thank you, Harry. We'll rest now. Yes. We will rest. And tomorrow, Harry said, softly, so only the voice, and Ron, and Hermione, and Hedwig could hear, we keep building. We keep saving. We keep playing. Yes, Harry. We do. He opened his eyes. He looked at Ron. He looked at Hermione. Pass me the chocolate, he said. Madame Pomfrey came bustling past carrying a tray. She stopped at the foot of Harry's bed. She looked at Ron eating the chocolate. She looked at Hermione holding Harry's hand. She sighed, hugely, as matrons do. 3 days, she said. 3 days unconscious. And the first thing you do upon waking up is eat chocolate in bed. Mr. Potter, I want it on the record that I am, in principle, opposed to this. Yes, Madame Pomfrey. Would you like some soup? Very much, please. Right. She bustled off. Hermione, when Madame Pomfrey was out of earshot, said, she, by the way, sat next to you for the first night and didn't sleep at all. She cried twice. She'll deny it if you ask. I won't ask. Good. Ron passed him the chocolate. Hermione, smiling, snapped a square off for him and put it in his mouth. Hedwig, on her perch, huffed approvingly. Somewhere down the ward, Madame Pomfrey was telling off somebody who was trying to sneak in. Harry suspected Hagrid. He listened, for a contented second, to Hagrid being told off. Outside the window, snow was falling on the towers of Hogwarts. Inside, in the very quiet, very sunny hospital wing, the first chapter of the real game, the one that the architect had thought only 15 players could begin and none would finish, was, very distinctly, still going. And the 16th player, for the first time in recorded history, was sitting up in a bed, eating stolen chocolate, and smiling. On the morning of Christmas Eve, Harry Potter sat up in his hospital bed, freshly bathed, with a tray of porridge and honey in front of him, and opened a small red envelope that Madame Pomfrey had laid on his blanket without a word. The envelope was sealed with a pale blue wax. On the wax was a phoenix. Inside was a folded sheet of parchment, covered top to bottom in a long, curling, old hand. The letter was, as the voice had promised, a confession. It was not short. It began, Dear Harry, I was very wrong to leave you with your aunt. I knew she did not love your mother. I knew, by implication, she would not love you. I persuaded myself that the blood protections of her home were more important than her kindness. I was wrong. I was wrong in the deepest sense, which is to say the sense in which being right about the protections does not redeem being wrong about the child. I do not ask for forgiveness. I write this only because I have learned, in the last 4 months, that if I do not say, plainly, the plain truth, you will, correctly, not trust me. And I would like to be trusted. You, Harry, are one of very few people alive who can call me a hypocrite and be right, and I do not wish to give you any more opportunity to do it. Harry read that paragraph 3 times. He read the rest. It was long. It was careful. It covered, among other things, the stone, the night his parents died, the reason he had been left the cloak, the reason he had been allowed to board the train without supervision, and, at the very end, an apology for the night on the landing with the teacup. Harry, at the end, folded the letter. He set it on the bedside table. He did not cry. He did not write a reply. He did what the voice had said he should do. He decided, slowly, to trust the letter the way he trusted a person, not completely, not immediately, but enough to begin. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, softly, to the empty room. System, message delivered. Dumbledore trust level, cooperative, active negotiation. Note, he will, over the next year, earn more of it, or lose it. That will be a real conversation. One with shape. One you will have both sides in. On Christmas morning, Harry opened 5 presents. He opened one from Hagrid, a hand-carved wooden flute. Fair when ye need ter put somethin' ter sleep, the note said, with a little winking doodle. Harry laughed aloud. He played it. The tune was, he noticed, better than Fred's tune. He would, he decided, bring it in future. He opened one from Mrs. Weasley. It was a knitted maroon jumper with an H on the chest. Ron, from the bed across the aisle, had one in a horrible mustard yellow with an R. She does it every year, Ron said, rolling his eyes. She'll make you one every year, now. Harry looked at the jumper for a long time. He put it on. It was warm. It fit perfectly. It smelled faintly of bread. He opened one from Hermione. It was a book. On the flyleaf, She had written, in her small neat hand, "I thought you'd appreciate the footnotes." The book was Hogwarts, a history, scholar's edition, newly bound, with a little gold H on the spine. Harry ran his fingers over the cover. Hermione, at the door of the hospital wing, red-faced, waved and then fled. He opened one from Ron. It was a brand new chess set, made of good wood. Ron, across the aisle, watched him open it with intense, casual nonchalance. "So we can teach you properly now," Ron said. "I'll be an apprentice." "You'll be a hopeless case," Ron said, cheerfully, "but we'll try." He opened the last one. There was no name on it. It was a long, flat package, wrapped in dove-gray paper. Inside was the invisibility cloak. Folded neatly on top was a note, in a different hand, Dumbledore's. "I have had this in my possession for many years. It is, I am told, a Potter family heirloom. I believe I have held on to it long enough. A.D." Harry unfolded the cloak. Silver light ran across the fabric like dew. He slipped a corner of it over his hand. His hand, beneath the cloth, vanished. He sat with the cloak over his knees for a long time. Inventory updated. Item, invisibility cloak, Deathly Hallow, 1 of 3. Note, this is your father's. You kept a thread of it in a pocket when you were 4. He would be very glad you have it. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, and let himself feel, without analysis, the grief that had, since July, been sitting politely in a corner of him, waiting its turn. It took its turn. He wept, briefly, for his father, for his mother, for 11 years in a cupboard, for being 11, for being famous, for being small. Ron, diplomatically, pretended to be asleep. When Harry was done, for minutes, perhaps, the voice logged the time, he wiped his face on the cloak's hem. He folded the cloak. He put the cloak, the letter, the wooden flute, the chess set, and Hermione's book all on the bedside table. He looked at them for a long second. Then he opened his eyes and said, to Ron, who was very clearly not asleep, "Christmas lunch." "Christmas lunch," Ron agreed. At Christmas lunch, Hagrid, Snape, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and 3 students who had stayed over the holidays sat together at one long table in the Great Hall, because the other 3 tables had been, for the afternoon, vanished. Crackers were pulled. Silly hats were donned. Snape, to the joy of the entire room, ended up wearing a paper hat in the shape of a vulture and did not remove it either, because removing it would have been a greater defeat than wearing it. Dumbledore, beside Harry, ate his goose with perfect manners and between courses asked, earnestly, whether Harry had tried the cranberry. Harry said he had. Dumbledore, satisfied, returned to his goose. Harry, a few chairs down, looked around the table. He thought, I am, at this moment, in a room with all the people I am about to spend the rest of my life keeping alive. System, observation logged. Note, yes. You are. Good of you to notice. Harry, across the table from Hermione, winked. Hermione smiled. She raised a cracker to him in a silent toast. He raised his own to her. They pulled. Chapter 6 End.